welcome everybody to episode 185 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond our human conception as, look out sir, my name's Dan, and I'm going to take it upon myself to introduce my good friend Phil. How you doing today, Phil? You enjoying the general state of all things hobby?
That I am. It's going pretty well, I would say. It's going okay.
You prepared mentally, physically, actually for a weekend away at Warhammer World?
Yes, in the most blasé, casual way ever, where I feel quite underprepared, but not fussed about it whatsoever.
There you go. So experienced you are now, Phil. You care not about, the enjoyment and overall experience of your fellow tournament goers. You're just gonna wing it.
Exactly.
The best.
Be like, yeah, be fine. I haven't played any AOS 4 yet, but I'll be fine. I've got a day up there on Friday to practice a couple of games. They've got a new Bugman's menu as announced of today, and I'm trying to convince everyone to do the Fire Slayer challenge, which is, Dan, a Hot Wings challenge. You're missing out on it.
Oh, what a terrible shame. We'll have to do that again when we, maybe you, me, and Richie go to the Golden Ticket event in September, assuming you can get tickets for it at some point. I hope you can.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, what, for Age of Sigmar?
Age of Sigmar, September 14th, although I think that's when you're over at...
no, that's a couple of weeks. That's towards the end of the month. But I might be too busy painting at that stage. Yeah, I might be a bit panicked.
That was my assumption. Anyway, episode 185, what are we talking about, mate?
Well, as sort of alluded to, we're talking about Age of Sigmar 4. It's the launch episode. I don't know. It's been out a week or so now, but, we finally got our hands on it. You've managed to play some games, so we're going to talk about that. Segment number 1 in the bag. And then we're also talking about our favourite Warhammer characters, slightly caveated to roughly within the last 10 or so years, like newer characters. We're covering both Age of Sigmar and 40k. I mean, Horus Heresy briefly gets mentioned, but we're not really talking about those guys. But we're trying to do them all. We're trying to cover all the systems in that chat.
That's it. And there's no more important a system than the 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
All right, then, Phil. Where do you suspect episode 185's 5-star review podcast has come from?
Somewhere a bit different. Audible. I don't know if it has a country, so I'm just going to say Audible.
Afraid not, Phil. Oh. Today, the 5-star review has been selected from Apple Podcasts of...
Was it Great Britain?
No, come on. One last try.
The Americas.
I'm afraid not, Phil. It is...
Sweden.
Finland!
The Nords.
The Nords. We do well, Phil, in the Nords.
That we do. I mean, I'm assuming Sweden's class as the Nords, otherwise we're just offending all of those countries, because we just...
It's the Nordic region, isn't it? So it would be the Nords.
That's my assumption. That's my assumption
too. And, this 5-star review via Apple Podcasts in Finland comes by way of a radical Chris, which would imply he is either some kind of extreme sports enthusiast or some other type of, extreme individual.
Could be an inquisitor, because they're radicals sometimes.
Yes, Yes, that's it. All possible. But yes, Radical Chris via Apple Podcasts of Finland has left us a 5-star review, which simply reads 5 stars, which is a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And we encourage you, dear listener, to leave us a 5-star review. One, because it helps us out massively, and it really does. But also because it means one of these days we'll be talking about you over the interwebs. And wouldn't that be fun? I kind of think it would be. Anyway, there we go. Don't ask me. I'm biased. As well as, obviously, Patreon. That's a thing. Why not consider chucking us a couple of quid? We really appreciate it. We are meaningfully attempting to do more to engage with patrons, more to follow on that over the coming episodes as we better define how that works, because we do really appreciate, respect, and love the fact that people out there enjoy the show and are willing to support us. So we are going to try and do better at giving something back. More information on that coming in future episodes, as I say. And then lastly, there is merchandise available. Ooh, golly gosh. Don't you love merchandise, Phil?
I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't like a swag bag, a tote, a ceramic mug? But we don't have any of those things. We don't even have, an eraser or a little rubber that you would get from a museum shop, a gift shop. No, we've got T-shirts though, aplenty. And in fact, I need to check my Instagram. Someone did message me saying they would cover postage and asked for the stickers. So I will be sending some stickers out to people. I will honour that. That promise. Yes.
You're a smashing human being, Phil. Well done, you.
I know.
So yeah, anyway, there we go. So yes, all the blurb out of the way. Let's just quickly, let's thoroughly and appropriately go through the 5-star review, which, as I say, reads 5 stars and features 5 stars. Just started listening to you guys. Actually, the first Warhammer podcast I've listened to. What sold me was your cool artwork, which you made, Phil.
I did. Finally, the recognition I deserve. Dan's been trying to get rid of it for years and years, but now I've been proven right because of that one person.
I don't think I've ever actually attempted to get rid of it. I have suggested that we might want to update it, given that it's been the same artwork for 6 years.
That sounds like the same thing in my book.
Well, fair. Well, nonetheless, honestly, I do think the artwork's cool. I like the overall, general vibe, as it were. I think, maybe we could do with updating some of the overall kind of, thumbnails, branding, and other bits and pieces. But I suppose at the end of the day, who really cares? It's hardly worth the effort. But thank you so much, Radical Chris. You're a lovely human being. We really appreciate your 5-star review. And to elaborate on that further, here is the artist extraordinaire known as Phil.
Well, thank you, Radical Inquisitor Chris. Touching on the dark path as a radical. You could be hunted by the other Inquisition if you're not careful. But glad you're enjoying us. Glad, we were the first ones that you stumbled upon. Don't look at those other, lesser podcasts because, they might turn out to be slightly better than us. So, yeah, just stick with us. Stick with what you know. That's the best thing. And I'm glad you like the artwork. Thank you very much. And I will use that to my dying day to ensure it doesn't get changed in the slightest, no matter how much Dan protests.
I mean, you're making it sound like I genuinely have a real problem with it. I'm a big fan, Phil. Don't start, poo-pooing me with this kind of rhetoric. But thank you, Chris. It's really appreciated. And we're going to get on now with episode 185. Thanks very much, everybody. Really appreciate you all. Hope you enjoy it. Transitional noise. Hey, everyone. Wouldn't you believe it? 3 years have passed and another edition of a Warhammer game has come to be. My goodness, it's almost like clockwork, isn't it, Phil?
It is indeed. Although for us, it's only been 1 year since we got into the game. And what game could that be, Dan?
1.5 years, Phil. I think we started in sort of December of 22, didn't we?
No, that is right. Yeah, it's been a little bit over a year.
A little while. But nonetheless, we're talking about the new edition of Age of Sigmar, as is evident by the stuff we said in the intro, but then also the title in, the podcast, etc., timestamps, all of that. So, going to talk about AOS 4. Me and Phil are going to come at it from slightly different angles because Phil is, not very dedicated to his craft. He's a kind of fluffy narrative hobbyist collector painter, whereas I obviously am a hardcore gamer. So I've played about 6 games of AOS 4 in the limited time, and Phil's played a total of none. Isn't that right, mate?
Correct. You played 6.
I played 6, yeah.
Bloody hell.
I know.
That's a lot. Smashing it out.
Smashing out, mate. I'll tell you what it is, though, actually, is not to get too deep into it just yet, but basically it's quite quick to play. So it's actually very easy for 2 experienced players, even when just having kind of fun and enjoying themselves with it, to smash through it really quickly. Like, I mean, me and Richie have played, me and Joe have played.
Joe?
Yeah, no, Joe.
The man from beyond the grave?
The man from beyond the grave, dwelling in the limbo that is Liam Dempsey. But yes, no, me and Joe have played, me and Richie have played, me and Tim have played.
I'm starting to feel a bit left out, Dan.
I mean, you know, my door is always open, Phil. You need only walk through it. I feel like, you know, while you've been snoozing, they've been filling that void, I suppose.
That's true. I mean, I was, when you did invite me for the Saturday of gaming, I was unfortunately busy.
No, that's it. Happens to the best of us. But anyway, there you go. We're going to look at it from slightly different perspectives, I suppose. Maybe it'll be an opportunity for me to kind of give my first impressions to Phil and for him to kind of speak to the online discourse side of things, because I will say that in practice, AOS is very different from how people on the internet will tell you it plays. And also in practice, as you will discover, Phil, as you go to Warhammer World this weekend to play in the Throne of Skulls, nothing is quite as straightforward as you might remember it. So, yeah, I mean, where do you think the best place to start is on the discussion of AOS 4 so far, Phil?
Oh, should we start with the book? Do you want to not look through, but talk about the book? Do you think it's good? The rules? Do you want to talk about the rules?
Yeah, look, I mean, from a book perspective, I mean, as always, Games Workshop does an extraordinarily good job of producing their kind of core rule book in terms of its overall look and feel. I really actually very much liked a lot of the design decisions used in AOS 4's rulebook. I think they put the hobby really front and center. I think the world building was really exciting. It was clear that they've commissioned and created loads of new artwork and narrative and really fleshed out the world in a way that is so much more kind of, you know, progressive and exciting than, you know, the relative kind of atrophy that has kind of overtaken the Warhammer 40,000 story. You know, 40k kind of as a narrative kind of consistently resides in its perpetual war. And yeah, fair enough, they introduce new players and they up the stakes, but you know, the core kind of aspects of the narrative are so very well entrenched now, it's very difficult for them to try and reinvent or re-express ideas and give different perspectives. And I think that's the really great thing about this book is that, you know, it really is more of a kind of mortal's perspective on the mortal realms, which is a very cool thing. And it is really great to just kind of see the new illustrations, the new maps, all the new explanations and things that have gone into it, the artwork, the hobby features are really great. They've got really great, beautiful photography. It's a really good book is essentially where I'm going with it. I think, yeah, I'm very, very happy with it. And I'm really interested to actually see how this book differentiates itself from the main rulebook as it exists. Because obviously the rulebook I'm referring to is the Scaventide rulebook, which, if that's anything like the Leviathan rulebook for Warhammer 40,000, will be at least, you know, superficially different. So, yeah, I don't know if they've really spoken about that with the main kind of rulebook release, whether it's dramatically different in any way. Well, I don't know if that actually is the case.
I assume that basically between the Scaventide and the generic core rulebook, they will be identical bar the cover, I would assume. And that's mostly because with Leviathan you had the kind of Leviathan campaign section included, but because Spearhead, cleverly, is a separate book, it basically means you can have the same book for both the Scaventide and, you know, the generic one, which I think is a good move. Yeah, I'll just reiterate everything you said. I think the art style is really good. As you were saying, when it talks about the mortal realms, it's done from a human eye view. I don't know if it is, but I think it's from the two people we see in the animation. It's like the witch hunter and his mate. I can't remember. Callus and Toll.
Yes,
I think it's them from their point of view, which I like. It has a bit of a nod to the Mordheim rulebook, where you're introduced to the city of Mordheim through, I think it's Luther, who's your guide and sort of narrator through the backstory. So I like that. As you say, they've got tons of maps, which I think is a big change.
Good fold outs in it, good folds, good, good spreads.
There's a nice little fold out, which is good. Yeah, definitely a marked improvement from earlier editions. I think, the last book had some maps in it as well, but I think these are a lot more detailed. And as you say, they're kind of growing and evolving, because they've now got all the Skaven Tide like infestations now marked on the map. It's like a mini like Eye of Terror, or the Cicatrix Maledictum, where it's sort of taken over half of the galaxy. Whereas here, it's a good chunk of every realm has been infested with the Skaven, which I think is nice, even if it has similar narrative beats to 8th edition 40k. But it's quite cool and nice as it evolves, and I like how there's like the generic lore, and then basically you got a page dedicated to each edition of the game, or spread, like 2 pages for each edition. So you've got, Age of Sigmar, like the intro, and then, you've got 2nd edition, 3rd edition, the Realm of Beasts and all of that. And then you've got this edition talking about the Skaven Tide. So there is potentially, we've always criticised the copy and paste elements of codexes, for example. And I can imagine that going forth into the 5th edition Age of Sigmar, you're basically getting all that same narrative, but then it's like, here's the new double page spread. Here's the one page that you just need to read if you have the previous edition, which from that point of view works quite well. So I can't necessarily begrudge them for that, if that's how it goes forward. But obviously I would assume most of this is all completely rewritten from the previous core rule book, like from the 3rd edition. And I'm assuming that mostly because the layout is very different, whereas at least between 9th and 10th edition 40k, it looked all quite samey, with the exception of the odd edition at the end.
They put a little bit more skin on the Emperor of Mankind in 10th edition. But yeah, no, I do agree. I think, I genuinely think that the difference between 40k and Age of Sigmar is that, 40k is, as I already said, super established intellectual property, multiple years of iteration and creativity and work has happened. And, I've often attested that kind of the more seminal kind of galvanizing moments of Warhammer 40,000 occurred in, that kind of period in the kind of late 2000s, early 2010s, where they really kind of cemented what it was. And then obviously when they marched forwards in 2017 into 8th edition, they've kind of created this new threat, this new problem that they need to solve, but they've not necessarily ever really been able to kind of, lower the stakes a little bit, or to kind of take down the temperature of it. Whereas it feels like with AOS, there's still, even though they, like 40k, have a universe that perpetuates warfare, there is still the opportunity for more of the human narrative and more of the levity of people, and the kind of comedy and humor that happens in the face of these kind of horrific events, which is, the human spirit, as it were. Because I think one of the things that Age of Sigmar has going for it really well is that, even though the Stormcast Eternals are these, big warriors, etc., they are, even though they're the poster people of the game, still kind of pushed relatively into the sidelines from a broader kind of narrative perspective. Yes, there is a heavy emphasis on them in certain literature, but a lot of it seems to really kind of champion and focus on, the mortal human struggle. And, that's quite a really nice change, because previously it was much more from a kind of God's eye view. It was all about these kind of massive characters and, these all important kind of entities. Whereas now I think AOS is really starting to find its roots as it starts to focus more on those kind of human stories and building up those heroic characters and creating a really interesting world for itself. And yeah, I think that's really where AOS is really thriving, and one of the reasons why it's such an exciting addition, and why, people are starting to take notice of it, because not only does it have some of the best miniatures in the world, I think Age of Sigmar undoubtedly is one of the best looking games of tabletop wargaming that you can play, but also it's getting to a place where it has a narrative that is sort of rich and interesting, which is really great. I think there's a lot of really fun stuff happening in AOS, and that's really just personified in this book. It doesn't feel like it was phoned in, whereas editions of Warhammer 40,000, certainly 10th edition, from a kind of narrative perspective, it just sort of felt a little bit phoned in. It was like, what do we need to do? What do we need to up the threat level? In 8th edition, chaos everywhere. Oh, well, it was either the orcs or the Tyranids. Maybe when we get to 11th edition, the orcs will be doing something again, but it's just that thing where it's like, well, what multiplies the threat level of chaos? Tyranids. And that's basically where they've gone with it, whereas to the point now that it seems implausible that the Imperium of Man could even flourish, because like the Imperium of Man is kind of such a kind of stringent set of rules. It's almost too kind of rigid to kind of exist within the world that they put it in now. Whereas, Sigmar is this omnipotent element, and the forces of humanity are much more adaptable in that world. If they're in a realm of death, they appropriate and become more kind of native to those kind of worlds. And I think, there's just a little bit more fluidity in the way that the forces of order kind of present themselves and how they're able to maintain order in a world gone mad. Whereas like the Imperium is such a rigid set of rules, it almost has become unsustainable from a fictional perspective, because it's like, well, how does that work anymore in that whole situation? Whereas weirdly in AOS, it sort of makes sense that humans loyal to Sigmar might be in a realm of chaos, but they're like, we're doing the best we can. We're just getting by.
I think the Empire of Man, the Imperium, to be more specific, in 40k is so, as you say, it's a bit rigid, but it's so vast. It's like every planet is basically populated. There's nowhere where they can explore new areas that have been untouched by humans already, pretty much. So they're constantly on the defensive from the outward threats of, Chaos and Xenos, because wherever they go, they're attacking an Imperial planet, basically. Yes, they're going also on crusade, so they have a counter to that with the Indomitus Crusades. But with the AOS setting, is like most of the realms have very little humanity in them. There's these pockets of hope, which are these one or two cities of Sigmar that exist within each realm. So there's so much more room for them to grow and to explore and to have effectively these, basically most of the realm is almost like a neutral area where these battles can take place. There's more give, there's a buffer zone, there's more to and fro. Whereas it feels like in 40k, you're either literally on the attack or the defense constantly. And obviously that is what is sort of happening in AOS as well. But I think more in terms of the scope of the setting, that there's a lot more unclaimed land to fight over versus, civilizations that you're fighting over, which I think is quite interesting. And then obviously each, you've got your realm of chaos and you've got your realm of light. So you've got your kind of your stalwart, almost like capture the flags area. You've got these almost untouchable realms where people are constantly spewing forth to play within all the other realms.
Yeah. It's just, to be fair, when they created it, they created a sandbox that had infinite possibilities, and, they're really starting to deliver on those prospects, I think. And that's what's been really fun about, watching that evolution over the last couple of years that we've been invested in it. And obviously for people who've been with Age of Sigmar for the entire time, I'm sure they find it really interesting. And, again, I played Age of Sigmar when it first came out in, where was that, like 2013, 2014, probably 2015, in fact, because the cycle. But, 2015. So, and back then it was such a desolate, empty experience from a narrative perspective. It was just sort of like, there's a lot of nothing, and Stormcast Eternals appear and fight over that with Warriors of Chaos. Enjoy. And it was like, okay. But obviously Realmgate Wars was really definitive. The events of Sigmar 2 with the arrival of like the Nighthorns and the expanding into the Realms of Death and the stuff they did with Shadespire and everything that happened there. The expansion with even supplementary kind of board game releases like the Warhammer Quest titles, things like Silver Tower, but then most recently Curse City. It's just, it's a really fun, expansive world. that is, now kind of at the peak of its kind of power, as they've gotten to that point where they've invested 9 to 10 years of world building into this thing, and it's really shows in the book, which is great. From a rules perspective and how they present the rules and how they put the rules forwards, Games Workshop are never going to go back to the days of Rick Priestley's style of kind of rules litigation, if you will, the kind of more communicative, more
casual chats.
Yes, yeah. We're not in that world anymore, right? There always has to be a certain legalese to the way that these things are structured. There is a sort of points within points in terms of where these rules are, and they try and summarize. But, again, we've come a long way from the old days of AOS 1, where the whole rule set was on a couple of pages. This is quite comprehensive. There's lots of really good diagrams. I think the best kind of credit I can give to the rules as an overall set is they feel very, very, very well considered and very well, fleshed out, I suppose. Like everything exists with a purpose. Everything is very, well constructed. When you start to go through the index in the back, the contents pages, and go through all the kind of contextual stuff that they give you, there's just so much really good stuff in this from a kind of rules perspective. There's a lot that you can really dive into and get very kind of finessed with, but there's also just a lot of really fun stuff in there that really kind of helps streamline your gameplay experience. But yeah, the glossary is really beautiful to behold. The fact that they've extensively gone through their range of terrain and defined what that terrain is and what kind of function it performs, the way they've broken down all of the phases and all of the abilities you have access to with color coordination or color coding and other kind of symbols and things to kind of make it more, easy to navigate. I think, there's a lot of work that's gone into making this an approachable, complete rule set. And I will say this much for it, having played 6 games of it so far, having played a lot of AOS 3, it is not a dramatically difficult game to get into, and the system doesn't kind of collapse under its own weight. It holds a game together very well. It's a very competently written rule set that doesn't abandon the past, but offers a really kind of bold and exciting vision of what the future of the game is. And I think, I can't really praise them enough on how well it plays on the tabletop and what they've kind of put together here. I genuinely, sincerely believe that, this in many respects is a very, very, very well executed rule set and a very well executed piece of literature in terms of communicating that. I think, in all sincerity, the Warhammer 40,000 team could learn a lot from Age of Sigmar and could definitely benefit from this level of attention to detail, but also this just level of competency when it comes to rules writing. I think it is comparatively to the other Games Workshop products, 40K specifically. I think it's a masterclass comparatively. I don't know necessarily if I think the rule set is as kind of dynamic or exciting or entertaining as things that I've seen with, say, the work that's going into the new bolt action, or even, kind of things that you see with some of the more kind of skirmish-based games from indie developers, maybe your Wild West Exoduses or, Carnivale and all that kind of stuff that did the rounds back in the day, or Guild Ball, whatever you want to kind of talk about. But yeah, for what it is, it's very well made, and I genuinely am very happy with all of it from a kind of presentation and accessibility perspective. I think they've done as much as they can do to make it straightforward, which I think is great. But what's your vibe on it, mate? I said a lot there, but what's your feeling on it?
Overall, I think it's probably an improvement on 3rd edition. Obviously, they have made some kind of key changes. As you say, they've made some improvements to digesting the rules. The color coding, I'm still not necessarily 100% on board on, but I've managed to learn that orange is charge phase and red is fight phase. The other colours still are a bit ambiguous to me, but maybe when I start playing, they will click into place. It feels slightly over-engineered in terms of literally everything you do in the game is an ability. And it's like, oh my God, does it always have to be an ability? Like, literally even deploying units on the tabletop is an ability, which in a way you could say is good because it's got this very defined, like, step process when you activate it, when your opponent does something. So, but in a way I don't like it. It's like you could have just written down some bullet points. It's like you alternate taking turns. You either put a regiment on the table or you put a unit on the table. It doesn't need to be this big blocky square that takes up a lot of visual space to just explain how to deploy units. But that's my personal pet peeve on that one. I don't know what your take is on that.
I don't think that's an unreasonable perspective on it. And I think the thing is, though, is that, you know, you have the benefit of speaking from the perspective of someone who's played a lot of war games and understands those kind of concepts. What I respect about the clarification and the confirmation that everything is an ability is that, you know, by making that clear and defining that, they remove opportunities for some additional ambiguity. Now, obviously, there are always going to be rules and things that people quandary and struggle with, and there will be efforts made to kind of FAQ and fix these things. But, you know, again, looking at it from the perspective of someone coming into this game as a new player, that kind of consistent language is really important in terms of just defining what everything is. And I agree with you, like, you know, for us, the more experienced players, it's like, well, that's not an ability, that's just what you do. But then, you know, ultimately, that in itself, you know, you can agree, I would assert, that it is not unreasonable to suggest that those things could be called abilities. You have the ability to do a thing, therefore, you know, kind of from a vernacular perspective, it's not an absurdist statement to say, oh, deployment is an ability.
Yeah. No, I get it, and I can see the logic in it. I think maybe because I'm a bit of an old school gamer, it'll take me a while to get my head around it. Overall, I think when I was reading through it, I picked it up a lot easier than I picked up AOS 3. But then I've got all the background knowledge of AOS 3, which I think does help. So I'm slightly biased in that respect. I think the one area I think I got slightly confused was around that there's two elements. One, when you do abilities when it's not your turn, because it's not necessarily, if I remember rightly, it's not defined on the ability itself, but it's defined in the turn phase sequence. So basically, your opponent does all of their abilities, and then you get to do yours. You don't alternate. So it's not like, cool, I'm moving, now I do my move reaction, because it's not a reaction, it's just an ability. And there's a difference between reactions and abilities, I think, versus, what you actually do is they do all of their stuff, and then you do yours. And rather than just say you go at the end of the turn, they say you go once your opponent's completed all of their abilities. And that's a very minor tweak in phrasing, but I think just saying, yes, you can do your abilities at the end of your opponent's phase would make more sense to me, rather than saying you go after they've done all of theirs, even though it's the exact same thing. And I think the other one that confused me slightly is like, so the fight abilities, the fight step has this mini subsequence to it where it's like the active players basically does their combat phase abilities that are the not fight abilities. And you're like, what? And then they do and then your opponent does the same. So you alternate. And then you alternate with the fight ability, starting with the active player. So basically what you do in the combat phase is you basically you don't take turns. One person does all of theirs and then the other person does them. But you're effectively activating your abilities that you're going to use in the fight phase, which isn't actually fighting. And then you do the fight ability, and the fight ability is actually combat, basically. But it's just, I don't know. It was a bit oddly worded and took me a while to get my head around what they actually meant in terms of what was going on.
Yeah, and it
in that
definitely
example.
It gets interesting as well when you incorporate like fight first into it as well, because obviously that is its ability in and of itself, and that is a not fight ability but the fight first ability. So you sort of resolve that before. Yeah, again, there's a few elements to it that are interesting, but like as you say, a lot of abilities are just specified as reactions. So all out attack, all out defense are reaction abilities. So there is some clarification around those elements in particular. But look, I mean, I think there is definitely things that will still kind of, flummox you as you start to kind of become familiar with rule sets because, at the end of the day, if you're looking at it from a new perspective, you've got to, I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like, because ultimately what we do when we play tabletop war games is we have that social contract, but we also effectively litigate and work around a very strict kind of set of parameters to kind of bring the thing to life. And ultimately, you have to have a kind of imagination, a sense of creativity, and a general kind of ability to suspend your disbelief to try and ultimately take the action of pushing around small bits of plastic, metal, resin, whatever they may be, across a tabletop surface, and then actuate that in your mind as being a warrior striding into battle and performing all these things, and you have to sort of enable yourself to kind of build those kind of constructs and have them play out in time in front of you. And I think that's the thing. It's like, theoretically writing rules for essentially imagination is conceptually very difficult in and of itself. So, there's a lot of stuff that we as experienced players take for granted because we're so embedded in these kind of systems and in these, types of gameplay. But I think, these sorts of communicative tools are used to try and demystify it for new players is the way that I look at it. And in that aim, I think it does really well because I always think back to my experience talking to a friend of mine who played a lot of Star Wars Legion. Credit where credit's due to Star Wars Legion. Phenomenal rule set in terms of introducing in new players. Very, very smart decisions, really clever, streamlined rules that make, gameplay not effortless, but certainly not difficult. I think, AOS kind of takes some of that as well and really kind of brings that to life also. But like when he came across from Legion to 40k, I remember him asking me some question about how you resolve certain shooting attacks in certain instances. And he was like, I thought this was supposed to be like the gold standard. And it's like, it's so confusing. And I was like, yeah, you kind of, whereas this, I think you can put this rule set against something like a Star Wars Legion. And I think they are both as competent as onboarding new players, which I think is a great piece of praise for that as a rule set versus 40k, which I still think is, I think 40k is unbelievably confusing still in terms of how it, not unbelievably, but it's very confusing.
It's definitely got some weak points. So good things about AOS, does movement really well, does terrain, I would say, pretty well. Although with terrain, I'd probably like just a few examples with diagrams around like, combat and certain terrain types, which it doesn't have because overall you kind of just have to go with the letter of the law and go, I assume this is the case. Because it doesn't say you can't fight through walls, for example, but you do need line of sight. So if it is a solid wall, then you can't attack through it. But I guess if it's got a few holes, I guess then you can, because you can see it. And then whatever modifiers and bonuses of the terrain bit kicks in. And I would just like some examples saying, yes, that is the case. And, with 40k, you have some slightly, oopsie moments in the rule book where there was no diagram or rules to explain how movement worked when you're a flyer over terrain, for example. That had to be added on in the errata. You now have this whole thing about to stop people from pivoting to gain some extra movement. We now have to just move only in straight lines, and you have this pivoting mechanic. Whereas AOS does it how 40k used to do it, and you include your maximum movement, and it's based on from where you started to where you end, so you can't gain any extra inches based on just how you measure. It's just worded better, so it just works. So I think all of those things are quite good. Overall, there's some nice sequencing in terms of flow charts, although I'd just like to pick up on one of those things in a minute. It's got some great weapon abilities. Generally, the core rules are pretty good. There's some decent diagrams which explain some other stuff as well, which is nice. And yeah, I think there's a lot of counterplay in each person's turn. So there's a lot of back and forth with abilities that you can use in your opponent's turn. Some of them cost you, command points or resources. Some of them you can just do. And yeah, I think that's nice. So I think overall it will make the game more enjoyable. And as you say about that, the storytelling of what those abilities do seem good, I think.
Yeah, I think, you touched on a lot of interesting stuff there, and I'll obviously want to hear your thoughts on some of those flowcharts, but if I can just sort of, respond to one of those points was your points around terrain. I agree that there is some unfortunate ambiguity around fighting through walls, for example, but there is still a greater degree of kind of competency in terms of how they've written the rules to accommodate terrain, but also it's just really great to see that the game supports such a variety of terrain. It's like, oh yeah, you can have a Dominion shell which essentially closely resembles a ruin in Warhammer 40,000, but most of the time you're going to be having some kind of shrine or some kind of forest or some kind of statue. These objects on the tabletop will offer you, a greater degree of gameplay. And I also really like how they've incorporated the places of power into the maps. I think places of power are really fun rules because they give you extra layers of tactical depth, because in certain matchups against certain types of armies, there will be tactical purposes to wanting to seize control of places of power because they give you the ability to, cast not cast spells, but they give you the ability to unbind spells, which is very, very, very powerful if you don't have access to that otherwise. Or it amplifies your wizards, which again is really powerful. So there's lots of really interesting dynamics, and terrain genuinely has an impact on gameplay. And because they've given you the recommended map layouts, which, by the way, work very well with the missions that they've constructed, there is all this kind of consideration for how the game is intended to play. And the map is more than just an assortment of walls that are there to block line of sight. There are a lot of different kind of benefits and actual kind of tactical nuances to the terrain. So I genuinely think that, yes, there are some foibles with walls. Walls seem to be the thing that are constantly causing carnage. But, my recommendation is if you're playing AOS and you've got, a big solid wall, maybe just put a hole in it somewhere. Just to get around it, and that'll probably just deal with 99% of your problems. But yeah, I think on the whole, AOS is definitely never going to turn into, or very unlikely to turn into, that game where, it's just ruins all over the place. So in that regard, I'm really happy with terrain. There was one other thing you said, but it's left my brain now.
About flowcharts?
Yes, the flowchart specifically. There was one other point you made, but it's left my brain. So let's talk about those flowcharts.
Yeah, so it was the attack sequence, because it breaks it down quite robustly, I would say. But then I was reading some other rules that then has made me question the logic and the wording. So you have your attack sequence, basically, have you hit, yes or no? Okay, onto the wound roll. Then onto the save roll, and then you inflict damage, which goes into a pool of damage and can include mortal wounds. And then you have the damage sequence, where you basically then you get to make a ward save, which is like an invuln save in 40k.
That's more like feel no pain in 40k, to be fair.
Yes, no, that's true.
It's done to the damage as opposed to the wound.
Yes, no, that's true. And then you basically get to allocate damage points. And then that's also a bit weird. So if I can find the bit where it talks about allocating damage. Because it actually, in here, allocate damage is like, it's in bold to say like, that's a specific thing.
Mm.
And you allocate damage, if I remember rightly, after the ward saves happen.
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting. So, Reiklanor, for example, the Nighthaunt wizard on a horse, has an ability to snuff out a candle. And it says you basically can allocate 1 damage to either enemy unit or to yourself. And depending on if you do it to yourself or not, you get a bonus. And I was like, oh, that's quite interesting. So it bypasses ward saves. Because it's allocated, you're not inflicting damage. And I presume that's the specific wording here, is that it's allocating damage, not inflicting damage. One would assume, but the Burning Head spell basically has a passive ability that says if you use the ranged attack, you allocate damage to yourself. I like D3 mortal wounds. And sorry, no, you allocate however much damage it is. I can't remember. But it then specifically says, so it says you allocate damage, and then it says, do not make a ward save. And I'm like, well, why is it put that there, but not on Reiklanor? Why would it say allocate damage, which by the wording of the damage sequence already bypasses the ward save, but then include a bit like don't take a ward save? So if it didn't have that, I would assume, cool, the intent is very clear. You just always skip the ward save because you're allocating damage, not inflicting damage. But then because they've added it into one war scroll profile and not another, ultimately it creates an ambiguity of what's the intent here. Is it meant to bypass ward saves, or is it only bypassing ward saves when it explicitly says it bypasses ward saves? Who knows?
I mean, I think what that is in all probability is I think that is one of those early, mistakes that happen in the very beginnings of rule sets. And I think in all probability, the intent is that in both instances, it bypasses the ward save sequence. It also can also be, it really depends on how much work went into porting across Nighthaunt or other factions into this rule set. So I would assert that the effort put into the endless spells, which are kind of core system mechanics that work across multiple armies and are heavily linked to the General's Handbook and to kind of like the core rule systems, I would assert that they probably had a greater deal of effort and detail put into them because a great deal of features and, aspects.
Well, that's like a final published rule, whereas, as you say, Nighthaunt, while they have things like nice cards and stuff, are just an index and ultimately subject to change until the battle tome comes out.
There definitely have been a lot of instances where they have taken 3rd edition rules and just put them into the 4th edition index. That has happened. Like when you're reading Nighthaunt, you're not going, oh, wow, this is totally different. Like, it's different, but it's not totally different. And I think that's the thing. It's like something like that to me screams more of we copy and pasted most of this across. We took a look at it, and that's, where we landed with it. And, we've either forgot to clarify that you don't take ward saves, or we asserted that people would resolve that for themselves. But I think that's the thing. I think, that's one of those things that is a perfectly reasonable thing for erratas and FAQs to solve. That's not unreasonable.
No, completely.
Out.
It was a nitpick just because I pointed it out from reading 2 profiles that I specifically own models for.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, this is contradicting. And more, it's not an issue with the core rules. It's more an issue just the inconsistency of how they've worded things on their war scrolls. And normally AOS is very good with consistency, which is why I sort of picked up on it.
Do you, as a Nighthaunt player, do you get ward saves by default on everything?
Yes.
And are those ward saves on your war scrolls, or is that
yes?
They are. Okay,
yes. Yeah. So anything that was once, well, not everything, but a lot of the abilities that were faction specific before, it used to be in your army rule. So ward saves was always 6+. And the fact that you did mortal wounds on 6s to hit. So they were 2 army rules at the beginning of, your book. Now they're on every war scroll. So ward, again, we'll make this one complaint now for Richard's sake and for mine, is in the keywords at the very bottom. That's stupid. It should be at the top with the rest of the stats where it's nice and clearly visible. So you could argue, yes, it's repetitive for Nighthaunt because it was once an army-wide ability, but it's fine. The one that does seem very repetitive is basically every weapon profile has crit mortals on it, because that represents now using the new
surely it's crit auto wound.
Crit auto wound. You're correct. Using the kind of the cookie cutter templates that we now have for how to, the toolkit this is how we express this rule now. So rather than it being an army-wide rule, it's now on every weapon profile. Although I think it's maybe not on everyone. I think maybe companions don't get it, potentially, which is basically things like your horses. But yeah, pretty much everything has it baked into their profile now, which is quite an interesting change that they shifted it from one place to another.
It does give them the opportunity to express different things. So I can speak from a Cruel Boys perspective. A unit of Gut Rippers have got crit mortals on their stabbers. However, the Shooter Boys, the Bolt Boys, who used to have crit mortal or venom encrusted weapons as they were in AOS 3, so they used to do mortals on 6s to hit, now are crits auto wound. So they can... if they feel like, actually, for that one unit, it's a bit too good for having crit auto wound, or maybe it's not good enough. So maybe something like, I don't know, Chain Rasps, they could be like, they have crit mortal because it's sort of characteristic of how they would behave, So it gives them, obviously in the case of Nighthaunt, it sounds like they're all the same. So, but in the case of Cruel Boys, they are different.
The biggest change, I think, from an army rule is they used to have this charge mechanic where you would roll a dice for your charge, and then depending on the value of it, you got a different effect. So the highest was if you rolled 10 and above on your 2d6, you would get strike last on your opponent. And you could charge with multiple units, and depending on whatever dice roll you got, you'd get different things. So -1 to hit, -1 to their save, or strike last. And then if you rolled 4 or under, it wouldn't do anything. Now what you have is, I think, 4 specific charge abilities that are part of your army-wide rules, and each one can be triggered by different types of units. So one is generic for everyone. One's like infantry specific. One's like, I think, hex wraiths and sort of, cavalry and black coaches specific. One's like hero specific. So you can sort of always be guaranteed to trigger those, but it's only, once one of those abilities you can trigger per unit. So you can't charge in with 3 units and do all the same one. But if you had 3 different types of units, they could each do a different one. So it's that will be an interesting learning curve, I think, from Nighthaunt's perspective, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's cleaner, though, isn't it? And I think that's the thing. Overarchingly, it seems like they've made decisions that clean things up and make it more streamlined without kind of removing the flavor, but just making it easier or easier to kind of retain and remember, which is cool. Even though technically, as I say, you're now in a situation where different types of units may have different abilities, so you could get in the habit of believing that all your stuff is crit mortals, and then it turns out one of your units is crit auto wounds. So that can potentially be an occurrence. But I think, things like the Cruel Boys are probably going to be high profile enough that you're probably going to learn fairly early on. Because again, the ranges are relatively limited. So it's not hard to work out to retain what is different between the different things, which is great. So, yeah, I mean, the only thing I will say, and again, from playing it, I highlighted this as a concern when we first found out about the edition, and when we first got the rules, having played it now, I am genuinely still going to kind of burn a candle or pour one out or whatever you want to call it for Battleshock. I feel like I feel like the loss of Battleshock has not been replaced with anything meaningfully better. And I don't really understand why it's not there, because the only reason I can assert it's not there is because an opponent just sort of feels
bad.
Feels bad about it. Because to be honest with you, like it is actually very frustrating for it's. I actually think it's more frustrating for the player who has accomplished something than the one losing a model. So I'll give you an example. I played against Joe, and I ran into Joe's 20-man block of zombies. 20 zombies, Phil, I ran into. It killed 19 of them. I was stuck there with one of them. And it's like, what is this? Like, this is mad. Like, why would... before it just go away and I could do something. Whereas now I'm now losing an entire turn to one zombie. You know?
True.
And also zombies come back, by the way. Like, three of them just reappear. And you're like, oh, brilliant. That's great. And then literally, in the case of Joe, he got 3 of them back and they went, oh, well, I'll just retreat now. And they're literally like, brilliant, great. And then literally lost a couple on the retreat and just had 2 zombies there that I had to then deal with. And it's just that thing where it's like, before, now don't get me wrong, like if you'd spent resources on keeping them there, if you'd spent CP, I'd be like, fair enough, it's annoying, but it's CP, right? It's a resource. He managed it, he utilized it. But when it's like, mate, like what's it doing there? Like it's like, wow. And especially, like I genuinely think that's more irritating. And I understand why some players were disappointed with the way that Battleshot worked, but I do genuinely think that I think it's a bad thing that it's not in there, because I also quite liked the fact that it was like a piece of game design that they could utilize to show differences. As I always said, my and Phil's armies were very different. Phil was fragile, speedy, and brave. I was not that slow, to be fair, because Iron Jaws in 3rd edition were pretty whippy, but I was brutish, heavy, but incredibly, I wouldn't
cowardly.
say... Yeah, cowardly. Yeah, well, not even like, just sort of, which is weird, I suppose, for Iron Jaws, but it made sense. It was like, the idea is like, you know, they're a momentum-based army. They got to feel good about what they're doing. They're, you know, and I like the implication that it wasn't that they were running away. It was more that they were brawling with each other or doing something or getting sort of like, you know, like the idea that they were rowdy. That was the sort of thing. Like it wasn't so much the implication is, oh, I'm running away. It's more I've had enough of this. I'm going to go fight that guy over there or something and just leaves or whatever. But like whatever the way you rationalize it was, I felt like that was a really nice mechanic, and I do think the game is worse for not having it. But I think the majority of people will be like, "Oh, don't even miss Battleshock," and because I appreciate I am in the minority when it comes to campaigning for morale-based systems, but I do believe that they are good mechanics that speed up gameplay and make the game better overall. And I do wish that we still had Battleshock in the game.
I mean, I sort of agree with both sides. Like, I can see both sides to it. I can see the idea that people want all of their models to be heroic and brave, and everyone's basically fighting to the last man. I could sort of totally see that, because you go, well, why would orcs run away? You know, that sort of doesn't make sense. And what really would, other than, you know, really, you know, your menial models in any army, you know, your chain rasps for Nighthaunt, your goblins or whatever, like you could understand those, but everything else sort of feels like too heroic to ever bother to run away. But I do like the mechanic of, as you say, it's like a win more mechanic of, cool, I haven't killed all of them, but there was a big 20-man squad, and the weakness there is that actually they're going to start to run away now, basically. So I sort of get that too. I assume that they've somehow compensated for the lack of it in the kind of the pointings of the units that were maybe weaker that don't now. Obviously, you've got this kind of control score mechanic now instead, which seems interesting.
But that was in there already, right? That's the thing that's quite funny about it. There's a lot of they make a song and a dance out of putting the control score in, but it's like, but that was there anyway. It was just it was systems without being a number.
Well, it was basically every model was a 1 for your control score,
unless you had 5 wounds, in which case you were 2, and then if you were a character, you were 2, and then if you were big, you were like 5 or something.
Yes, that's true. So they had a very minor element to it, but now what they can do is, rather than say your weak stuff is better at running away, you can be like, cool, your 5-man squad of Ard boys or whatever elite units you have a much higher control score than they would previously, to sort of in a way, it's making MSU stronger without having to rely on battle shock, I guess, is how they've gone about it. And I do like that there are some mechanics that can buff your control score, which I think is quite interesting. It would be interesting to play it out a few times and see how it works. I think ultimately it's probably better than battle shock in 40k, because that doesn't really seem to do enough to justify it sort of being there. Whereas the control score also is effectively OC. So weirdly, it's like 40k has more because it has a poor morale system plus objective control, whereas AOS just has the control score, which is, your OC in 40k and no morale whatsoever. So in theory, I guess it might speed up the game from that point of view. And also lots of units just sort of circumvented it. My Nighthawk army was either so high morale and so low model count, for most of my stuff would never even take a test. So I can see the argument for getting rid of it.
That was a mechanical advantage to your army.
Oh, true.
It's fragile, but it's high bravery. That was clever. Whereas Orcs, Ironjaws were durable but low bravery. And that was an interesting counterpart, and that, to me, I think it's a loss. I think it's again, the great thing about Age of Sigmar is Age of Sigmar attests that it is a modular system and they can rewrite modules and add stuff in. I would campaign for them to bring back Battle Shock. I think it is to the detriment of the game that it's out of it. But I appreciate I'm in the minority because I'm one of the few people, and I don't mean to be on my soapbox and make myself sound grandiose, but one of the few people in the world who seems completely comfortable with mechanics that speed up gameplay and, result in models being removed. I feel like all too often, especially with Games Workshop systems, there is this thing now where there's this prevailing narrative that it's like, oh, we can't do that, that'll upset people, or we can't do this because it's negative fun. But it's like, but it isn't. It moves it along. I know you spent 6 weeks painting that unit, but you're going to hopefully play more than this game with it. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, like it's just.
Yeah, I think specifically it's a feel bad mechanic when you're learning the game, but it's like how the game is to be played, so you need to build that into your strategy. So you might be like, cool, I'm going to say, before you'd be like, cool, I'm going to also pass this one morale, so I'm going to always save something for that cool unit. But then others, you'll be like, cool, it's on the whims of the dice roll, right? It's, but I can see it both ways. I'm happy to play it out, and I think it's ultimately streamlining it, but are you losing something from it? Yes, you are, but maybe it's for the best.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, isn't it? For you'll probably not notice the difference at all because you're so used to never failing.
Except the people but also it was quite hard to pull off even against like fighting you. Sometimes it would happen and be like, oh, cool, that last model or two that I was struggling with has just gone. And I'm like, brilliant. But it wasn't happening enough on a regular basis for me to notice its absence, and that potentially is our army styles. Like you had a lot of elite units, you didn't have just like hordes of models with low bravery where it would trigger much sooner and loads would go, for example.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. That's definitely true. Cool. Well, yeah, look, I mean, I may as well just get into, I mean, I don't know. I think we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about. I think we've got a lot to talk about first impressions of the games. I know you've not played, Phil, but I'd like to regale you with the tales of the games that I've played, the armies I've played against, and how that's
by all means.
So my very first game of AOS4 was against Tim and his Magakin of Nurgle. Myself and Tim made a lot of mistakes in that game, so no shade being thrown at either of us, I would say. But Magakin and Nurgle definitely are a lot less terrifying when you get their disease mechanic correct. That much I will say. So the idea is with them is that essentially before, right? So before, Magakin of Nurgle used to have loads of mechanics. So they used to have this wheel that they were constantly.
Oh God, yeah.
Around.
Every battle round, the wheel went around one turn basically, and every pip of that turn, it had a different ability, which was a lot to keep track of. And normally Tim would just say what it is, and he'd be like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But then you try and do something, and he's like, oh, you can't do that this turn. And you're like,
yeah, which was a bit of a heavy cognitive load. Combine that with the kind of disease mechanic, which was essentially an ever increasing kind of tick of disease. So you could have between 1 and 7 disease points, and it was.
It was basically, if you ended a move next to a unit or you were in combat with a unit, you would get disease points and they would build up. And then at the end of every turn, you roll that many dice. And it was like on a 5-up, you do mortal wounds. But depending on the tick of the turn, it was sometimes a 4 or something like that. So it could be really good. But it was basically chip damage so that every turn you would be taking a few mortal wounds probably on almost all of your units. And it also meant healing was more difficult, so you couldn't heal your units until you got rid of the disease points first, if I remember. Or maybe you could do both. I can't remember which it was, but it was always a troubling choice to make. And it was a lot of accounting, let's say. And it seems like that's now been much more streamlined.
Yeah, so now it's just basically you pick a unit you're in combat with and you give it a disease point. And then when you get to a point where everything in your opponent's army is diseased, you can then start doing mortal wounds to them in quite a heavy abundance. But you have to achieve the aim of getting your entire opponent's army diseased. When me and Tim played, we weren't playing it like that. As soon as anything got diseased, it was taking mortal wounds. So I literally was just getting obliterated by disease because I was like, oh, my army wants to fight you, so I'm constantly going to be in combat with you, and I'm constantly taking these mortal wounds, and there's no way of escaping it. So I was a bit like, oh, wow, that's very strong. But, irrespective of that mistake, I think the game really immediately showed itself for being very streamlined, but also it really was wonderful to be in a situation where Tim's army all of a sudden felt a lot more comprehensive. Like before, I felt really bad, not bad for Tim so much, but bad for him, I suppose, in the sense that because he picked the Magakin of Nurgle, but he didn't go down a very particular way of playing them in AOS 3, he was somewhat hindered in his ability to win games. Whereas now it feels like they've done a really good job with the Magakin of creating a lot more kind of feasibility of some of their units. Now, I hear online amongst much of the chatter that Magakin are viewed as one of the weaker factions, and that may or may not be true. But I feel like they are, in a general sense, much improved versus where they were before, if not being played in a very specific way. And the Glockin, my goodness, that thing was terrifying. But that was my first game was Tim, which I lost. Bear in mind, actually, Phil, of the 6 games I've played, I've lost all but one of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm doing terrible at AOS 4 so far. I've lost most of them. And then Richie, I played against his Slaves to Darkness, which was super fun. So that was really cool. Managed to get a couple of games in with him. And again, he tried a bunch of different lists. I tried playing against his list without Archaon and his list with Archaon. Very, very strong army, the Slaves of Darkness. Managed to squeeze a win out of the second game against Archeon, but that was more luck than judgment, I would say. And then against Joe, I played against his vampires, his what are they called? The Saltblight
Gravelords. Yeah.
Saltblight Gravelords, and I played against his cities of Sigmar. So I played a really good sort of diverse selection of armies, across multiple games. It's been really, really fun. I will say this to you, though, Phil, and you're going to experience this weekend. The battle tactics that you have access to now are really challenging, and gameplay is kind of pushed in a very specific kind of way as a result of it. And I would hasten or encourage you to really, really think about your battle tactic choices for turn one, because seize the center feels like the default choice. Like, you always come to the point where you're like, if I'm going first, I'm seizing the center, right?
Well, yes, I can see the logic behind it, because it'd be quite difficult to get that center any other time, whereas it's almost like a freebie turn, if you going first at least, at turn one.
Yeah, and you can't be in combat in the center, et cetera, et cetera. So it's basically, you have to basically have 2 units in the center, not in combat. The problem is with it is it kind of forces you, obviously, into the center, and then you become a very easy thing to engage with. Yeah, and the complexity of that is that what effectively happens is the gameplay starts to revolve around that initial gambit, because basically, of the games I've played, every single one of them, bar one, and that was my second game with Joe, has resulted in turn one, the person going first deciding to go seize the center. And every single one of those games turned into, or had an element of, what Age of Sigmar was accused of being in editions of old, which is line up in the middle and have a fight.
Or maybe the argument is, just don't pick that one turn one, play it at the end and see if you've got stuff still around. I mean, the other one I would normally do first is the one where you've got to score units on the sides.
Take the flanks.
Because I've got a lot of good movement options in my army, so that would be the other option, I think. And you can be more cautious with that because you're not engaging. Although, from Nighthaunt players that I've read online so far, they're like, cool, if you get to go first, just run and charge them straight away and just hem them into their deployment zone, because, depending on which army trait you take or your battle formation, you can get run and charge, which is quite strong.
Yeah, hugely strong. And I think that's the thing. It's like, these battle tactics become, there's no easy picks as you play through it. I think that's the thing. I think you really need to, and that's one of the things I'm now doing, is really taking the time to look at these and developing strategies around what can I achieve and what can I put in my army to achieve these things if I'm going first. Because the thing is seize the center is a very specific type of play. And I do think there are armies that will lean into it very well, but I do think that, it's going to be interesting in terms of how you kind of approach these battle tactics and what you do. And that's one of the big differences, is battle tactics being what they are definitely sort of moves gameplay in a very specific way. My other big observation for me is just how different Iron Jaws are now. Like, it's a totally different army. It's a totally different army. Like, it is remarkable to me, first and foremost, how diminished the Maw Crusher has become. The Maw Crusher to me was like...
I remember Tim saying it doesn't hit as hard as it used to.
Mate, it is utterly pitiful versus what it used to be.
It used to be annoyingly so good. It was... And not... Actually, I think its damage output was okay, but it was the custom... stomp ability that it had, where you gave it an extra thing, so it was doing like D6 mortal wounds, was the thing that pipped it into this is just fun to play against Realm. And actually, to be fair, it seems like a lot of the AOS mechanics and abilities that, like, specific rules that units have had, have all been toned down to remove those, like, unfun mechanics now, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's the thing with the Maw Crusher in particular. Like, I think the changes are quite sensible, but then I also look at the points of it, and I'm like, it just doesn't hit like it used to. Its rend is relatively underwhelming unless you're fighting against infantry units. And as a result, you're just always a bit like, okay. I mean, it's got a really fun gimmick now, which is that when it piles in, it moves 2d6 rather than 3. So you can hit the front line, do a stomp type thing, and then if you roll high enough, fly over the things you're fighting and get into the back lines. But you have to have somewhere to put your 6.5, 7-inch flipping base, which is, it's very difficult to do. So it's an interesting gimmick, but the odds of actually being able to utilize it are very slim. You have to, first of all, roll probably like a 10 plus to get over the thing that you're in combat with. And then you need to be able to land on the other side and threaten some things, which is like, that's, unlikely. And I think once people understand that that's an option for the Maw Crusher, they'll shut it down. And I think that's the other thing that's quite weird about it. And one of the things I've noticed with a lot of centerpieces of people's armies, there's lots of like augmentation that centerpiece gives to things around it, whereas the Maw Crusher is just a beat stick. It just literally is a brick through the window, whereas all the other characters are like, oh, I'll give this enhancement to these guys, and I'll give these guys fight first, and I'll do this, and I'll do that. And it's like the Maw Crusher's just like, no, I hit hard. But it hits on 4s. So unless you've got the all-out attack on you, it's pretty unreliable in that respect. And also, I just can't seem to roll for toffee at the moment. Like, literally, Joe will tell you when we were playing, like, literally, if I roll like, oh, I've got 8 attacks hitting on 4s, I'd hit 2. And that was like my best result. Like, I'd be like, oh, 2 hits, what a treat. And that is a big change to Iron Jaws as well. But again, massive amount of respect to it, because I've said this about 40k before. I feel like in 40k, too much is guaranteed. Whereas in like AOS now, certainly for me playing the Iron Jaws, it feels like nothing's guaranteed. I'm like literally like, I'm going to throw myself in there and we're just going to have to see what happens, because the idea that, the statistical likelihood, it's like, well, we'll see. We'll see about that, because, there's certainly the certainty or the likelihood of things going in my favor are definitely different now. Certainly with Iron Jaws, anyway. I don't know necessarily how true that is of other factions, but it definitely feels like I'm struggling with the new identity of my of my army as I start to become more accustomed to it. But that, I suppose, is kind of what the main point I want to get at is, and I think you're going to find this yourself when you start playing Night Hordes this weekend. You're going to be amazed how different they are, because they seem like they're basically the same.
Yeah.
When you start playing, you're like, oh God, this is an entirely different army in an entirely different game. And it is like, it's weird because the game has been presented in such a way as you think, oh yeah, it's basically the same. But then you start playing and you're like, oh God, nothing's the same. It's totally different. And that's not to say it's bad. It's just different. And that's something I'm going to take a little bit of time to get used to, because it's very different. I'm going to be really interested to hear about how you find piloting the Nighthawk for the first time.
There's so one thing about the weekend, I know, because they've released the sort of the battle pack, which has got missions in it. They're up front. They've told us what the missions are. We're not using the Grand Alliance battle tactics. So in the last edition, everyone had faction-specific ones, and they were very hit and miss depending on which faction you were as to whether they're any good. And you could use those in addition to your normal battle tactics. And now they've given us the core battle tactics that everyone has access to, the universal ones, and then there's Grand Alliance ones. So there's one for death, there's one for order, there's one for chaos, there's one for destruction. We're not using those in it, and we're not using the General's Handbook like the season rules, which are those I can't remember what it's called. It's like the heroic regiment.
Guard.
Yes, the honor guard. That's it. Yeah, because so that's not in this one as well, which in a way is nice because it just streamlines the game a little bit, considering it's so new. A lot of people will be learning it probably then and there, like myself. So that's quite good. Although some of those honor guards, as we were talking about, seem very good, and there's a lot of meta games you can do with it. So I think two of them are maybe quite defensive. In terms of like getting -1 to hit. One of them's getting -1 to hit. So what you do with the honor guard is you select one unit that's in your warlord's regiment. And regiment's like an army construction mechanic that can have 1 to 4 units in because it's got your warlord in. Otherwise, it'd be 1 to 3. Yeah, so you pick one unit in there and you can give it -1 to be hit. There's another one where you can get +1 to hit and wound when attacking your units in your enemies. Warlord's regiment, and then there's another one which I can't remember what it does, but obviously it can't have been that great, otherwise I would have remembered it. It was mostly maybe it's +1 attack, maybe it's something like that, but the +1 to hit and wound seemed pretty strong. But then there's the counter of it well, actually maybe you deliberately don't include many units in that regiment specifically, but then that involves probably you needing more regiments, and each regiment is a drop, and the more drops you have ultimately is technically a negative, because whoever has the least number of drops gets to decide whether they have the priority in the first turn, which means they can choose to go first or not. So that's quite strong. I have to say, when it comes to the army building stuff, it's an interesting mechanic. Like, there's a lot of, depending on which hero you select to lead your regiment, unlock certain units. So actually trying to fit everything into a specific army can be a little bit fiddly in terms of going back and forth, because you're like, oh, well, do I want this hero to lead a regiment, or do I want it to be one of those bonus heroes that can join a regiment, to try and minimize my drop? So that's been interesting to do so far.
Yeah, the army list construction is super interesting. I've got to be honest as well. The removal of grand strategies also is kind of interesting. And, the change to the kind of point scoring in battle tactics or battle rounds is kind of interesting as well. Like, it felt relatively arbitrary that they'd increased the points rewarded for each of the accomplishments until you start playing the missions, and then you realize there's a lot more missions that reward you smaller point increments for the kind of baseline accomplishments, and then larger points for some of the more grand accomplishments. So, for example, if you were playing mission 2 on table 1 of the match play rulebook in the General's Handbook, that being focal point. Essentially, if you hold an objective, that's 1 victory point. If you hold 2 objectives, that's 2 victory points. If you hold more objectives than your opponent, that's 3 victory points. However, if you hold 2 flank or 2 home objectives, which essentially are specific types of objectives on the board, if you hold 2 of those, you're rewarded with 3 victory points. So the only way that you can accomplish your full kind of allocation of 6 VP is if you hit those criteria. So it's relatively easy for you to hold 1, hold 2, maybe even hold more, but your reward is sort of smaller. So there's a lot more mechanics like that where they don't kind of inherently reward you, whereas in the older editions it felt like, oh yeah, you got 1 victory point for holding 1 victory point for holding more, 1 victory point for holding 2, as it were. But that was sort of, when that was all it could be. Whereas now there does seem like there's more opportunities for them to create more of a delta or a differential, if you will. And I think that kind of comes through in the game. Bearing in mind, scoring 10 points in a turn now is not nearly as easy as scoring 5 points in a turn was in AOS 3. Like 5-point turns in AOS 3 towards the end, it felt like every turn like getting 5 points in AOS 3 was super easy. Where and games really did just come down to, I lost by 1 or I lost by 2. Whereas in this one, there is so much more going on, and it is a lot harder to max out your points, I would say, which is interesting.
That's true. The other thing on army construction I'd like to point out is the laws. So obviously you've got your spell law, your prayers for your priests, and then you've got manifestation laws, which are the endless spells, and they've now been broken up into categories. So before you used to pay points for your endless spells. Now they're you get normally 3 to 4 per spell law, unless you've got the Kronspine, which is 1 on its own. They're just free now, and I'm sure, maybe I misread it, but I'm sure before in one of the Warcom articles when they were talking about it, it sounded like you had to pick a spell law or a manifestation law, and actually you just get both, which I was quite surprised about. Because I thought that was the tough choice you'd have to make. So, do you want endless spells, or do you want your core, army spells, of which some of them, normally one is a unlimited spell, so you can cast it multiple times across your wizards. And I thought that would be, and probably actually is, a good balancing mechanic, because basically the wide online chatter from people that have been playing AOS is that they're saying manifestations are too prevalent with the endless spells, because now they're not just sort of spells that used to float around and do abilities, but you can't attack them, they can't attack you, but they had abilities that could do damage, right? Whereas now they're effectively units that have a profile, that have wounds characteristics and can attack in combat. I don't think they can be locked in combat, and I don't think you can be locked in combat against them, because they act like units for some situations, but not for all. So that's definitely worth checking out. And most, if you can summon 2 or 3 endless spells over a turn or 2, that's a lot of extra wounds for your opponent to have to deal with, because on average I think they're like 6 to 8 wounds that they have. So I think that's the general issue that people have had that I've heard about online. The Kronspine is the sort of the meta one to go against them, because that has bonuses for killing them and can charge them and can do a few other things. So it might be quite handy, although it didn't seem like it would do a terrible amount of output. So I think it might actually struggle to one shot and then the spell, whereas before it could just do it as an ability, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so manifestations or endless spells are definitely a lot more prevalent than they will have been in previous editions, noting that in AOS 3, there were armies that were leaning into abundance of endless spells, just because they, had a number of really powerful advantages that synergized really well with the army, especially those armies that had their own kind of bespoke endless spells. So there were definitely instances where endless spells were really, really powerful and really prevalent. And I would say actually the endless spells of old are definitely more oppressive or more powerful on average than the new endless spells. The difference is that they don't cost you anything. And because they didn't cost you anything to put in your army, and because now you can also cast in your opponent's turn, it can create all these interesting gameplay layers. So you can bring them in to, screen out or to, help protect things. You can use them to kind of amplify your damage output, or to, just add to the efficiency of your army. I think, ultimately manifestations are, comparatively less powerful than they used to be. And if you were used to playing games with people who used a lot of endless spells, you'll probably be less concerned about what they've become. But the comparable point is now that everyone has them, and they're always throwing them out at times where, ideally they wouldn't be doing so, I suppose, or historically wouldn't be doing so. And actually, I suppose, if I can be so bold, Phil, that really is the key difference to the game. Now, I was talking to a friend of mine who is a 40k player who happens to have a lot of Khorne demons. And he was saying, I could probably take a Blades of Khorne army. I said, absolutely, mate. I mean, you own X many bloodletters, X many great demons. You can totally do it. but but he says to me, "Oh, but I'm not sure about the double turn." And now it just occurs to me. I said to him, like, "Mate, the double turn is relatively underwhelming now, because the fact that you can charge in your opponent's turn, that you can shoot in your opponent's turn, that you can cast spells in your opponent's turn,
But in any of your games, did anyone take the double turn? Because now the stipulation is if you take the double turn, you don't get to score battle tactics that turn, which could be a fair chunk of points. Yeah,
so I took the double turn. Every one of my opponents took a double turn when it came around. I also opted not to take a double turn once because I had such a lead on victory points. Points. So I was like, I want to maintain my lead. So I
want to smash them up.
Yeah. Truthfully, had I chose to smash up, I probably would have won that game. But I decided that I was like, no, I think I'm feeling okay about this. I'll try and hold on to the points advantage. But it didn't go in my favour that game. But yeah, long story short is I think the double turn is still very real and still very powerful. But I think more so now, it's not nearly as terrifying as the fact that you can do all this stuff in your opponent's phase anyway. Yeah. And that massively changes things.
Yeah, because before, I've always said I don't think the double turn is as bad as it sounds, because the majority of damage is done via combat, and combat is, with the exception of strike first and last, is always alternating anyway. So they get they get to pick the battles in terms of what they're charging that turn, but ultimately, and they get to pick one unit before yours normally. But otherwise, it's quite balanced in terms of the damage output, and you always get, all out attack, all out defense, which helps mitigate some of the damage. But as you say now, in addition, if you've got shooting stuff, you can shoot in their phase. Obviously, you could before via, when you're being charged, you could shoot. So, although that's now been tweaked, because I think you only do that in the shooting phase now rather than, as you're being charged. So it's,
correct.
It's not Overwatch anymore, basically in 40k parlance. But yeah, now you can summon in your opponent's command phase, but it will be at -1 to cast, which is a nice touch. And as you say, you could summon manifestations as well, which is quite good. Yeah, and then obviously you've got some movement shenanigans as well in the movement phase, where you can obviously do redeploys. And I think the charge in your opponent's charge phase is the big one. That will be really interesting to make use, and obviously save your points for things like that, I think, because that's where you can get some interesting advantages or move stuff to outwit your opponent, that your turn isn't as guaranteed to go your way as it was before, and obviously now with the double turn, it's that will still apply. So it's like, yes, you get the power of making some decisions, but your opponent gets some interesting counters to that as well. Like before your redeploy, you would always do it after your opponent had done a move. So you would tactically move a unit to force them in a certain direction, but then you could pinch them with another unit afterwards. Whereas now it happens at the end of your turn. So they will always do a redeploy after you've moved everything. So you can't then try and get closer to it with a different unit. So I think there's been some good quality of life changes for those things.
Oh, absolutely. I think, again, the changes are quite vast in the terms of how that CP works, and then also how those orders work, but also how that CP resource is allocated. Like, now you don't have the opportunity to gain additional CP beyond the underdog mechanic, and that creates a really interesting gameplay, experience as well. Again, the removal of heroic actions is super interesting, because, I thought those were kind of fun, but now they're gone. Command phases feel slightly less than they were because of the removal of heroic actions, but I think overall they're still pretty good.
I agree. It was interesting. Just before we came on to talk, I was like, I'll just double check the commands phase. And it's almost like non-existent in the rule book. Because all the command phase is ultimately command phase abilities, of which there's 2 plus magic. whereas it used to be allocation
and priests as well. Priests as well.
Priests, but have you got priests? Oh, you might actually.
Yeah, I do.
I don't. So I might priests, whatever. But yeah, whereas before it was like, okay, allocate command points, do your command points. Then you've got to do your abilities. Then it's your spells and priests and stuff like that. It was like a very cumbersome phase, and one of the biggest learning curves to AOS 3 was the command abilities and the allocation of, you went first this time, so you get this many command points. I went second, but actually my warlords died, so I don't get an extra command point. Whereas now it's just like, you get 4. Yeah. And I think you get an extra one for the underdog if you're scoring less, but I think there's actually an extra one you get if you are 50 points or under your, 50, I don't think it's 50 points under your opponent. It's now if you're just 50 points off of the target value that the game's set at.
Yes.
So if it's a 2,000 point game, you can't be like 1 point under, but now I get an extra bonus because I'm slightly less than my opponent. It's now you've got to be a fixed number under, which I quite like actually, because quite often you're like the points don't really work out based on the army. So it's a nice reward for not being able to as optimize your army as maybe others can, because it's a faction with some expensive units in.
Yeah, like I'm sincerely fine with that decision. Like I felt like the choice to remove the acts of valor or whatever they were before, the extra abilities.
Yes.
Again, these were rules that no one was really using. Or like people being like, it
was very situational.
Yeah. But so I don't mind the fact that went. But it's interesting. The CP resource and how that works is great. And also, I will say this to you now, like, at least in my games so far, it's rare that you remember or have the resource to spend on all-out attack or all-out defend, because a lot of the time you're throwing it into rallies, spells, shooting.
Rally's
charging.
gotten a lot better as well. Yeah,
rally, and certainly for low wound count army units. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, yeah, and I like how things like banners and drummers are now just like cool abilities. That banner gives you. It's the drum that gives you +1 to your rally
gives you
dice.
+1 to your rally dice pool. Yeah.
Spell. I think it's not spells. Banners is +1 to your command, your control. I want to say.
Yes. Yeah. And that's to the cumulative score, not to the individual score. So it's not when you become a control 3, you become control 2 multiplied by the number of people in the unit +1.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think some good. Another thing that I think is really nice, a very subtle change and very streamlined. So normally you would have abilities like my Hands of Death that I used to do for being Emerald Host for my Nighthaunt. Is at the end of every turn you'd pick some units and you'd roll a dice on a 2+. You would do D3 mortal wounds. Well, they've condensed that into now one roll, so you roll 1 D3. And on a 2+, you score that many mortal wounds. So basically, what's great about it is you're always guaranteed when it goes off to get 2 or 3 mortal wounds, never the 1, because rolling a 1 or a 2 on a D6, being 1 on a D3, would always be a fail. So, because what would always annoy me is you'd do your 2+, and then you'd get a 1 for the mortal wound, and you'd just be like, it's kind of pointless. Whereas a 2 or 3. It just feels so much more satisfying when it goes off. So it's now less likely to technically go off, but is always going to be better when it does. So and it's just so much more streamlined into one roll. I think that's very clever that they've done that. Like that's a real the genius level move to roll those into one thing.
Yeah, like on the whole, they use that mechanic a lot. The 2+ on a D3 mechanic is prevalent. And it's a great mechanic. I genuinely think it again, like you say, streamlines it, but is also just really, really good. I'm like you, mate. I'm a big fan of that change. I'm there for that all over. I think, look, I mean, this is the thing. Bar the Battle Shock thing, putting that to one side, AOS 4 is honestly a really, really, really good tabletop game. It isn't struggling massively under its own weight at the start. The balance of the indexes is actually quite good. There's obviously armies that are better than others, and there are some matchups that are difficult, but they seem to have done a really good job of making all units seem somewhat viable. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm going through the books at the moment going, oh, there's no reason for me to take this. There's no reason for me to take that. There are pros and cons to a lot of it. Yes, I would always say to someone who is trying to play AOS, you need to at least have one level 2 wizard. Like, you need to have that because you need to have...
You want to do an endless spell and a regular spell, probably. But level 2 wizards are quite rare as well.
Yeah, they are, to be fair. But they're more prevalent. Well, my Weird Knob Shaman for the Iron Jaws is level 2 if he's within range of a unit of 10 or more orcs. So that's quite useful. And then the Cruel Boys Swamp Cooler is level 2 with an artifact. So weirdly,
interesting.
Has more access to level 2s than some other things. But
yeah, because Raikkonen can be level 2, but he has to snuff out a candle and do wound on himself. So that's situational. It does give him +1 to his casting rolls as well, which could be good if you're casting in your opponent's turn. So that'll be something to play around for sure. Yeah, it definitely seems interesting. Seems interesting for sure.
I think wizards are essential at the moment. I think that's going to be the case for a while. But beyond that, yeah, I think armies offer lots of really interesting play styles, lots of really good... The rules are so lovely and creative. Like, every army has lots of interesting stuff that makes it uniquely different. I've played against now 4 different armies, and I've played... only as really Iron Jaws. I've done Iron Jaws, and then I've done Iron Jaws with a Cruel Boys Regiment of Renown, which is the 2 units of Bolt Boys and the big killer thing. And so my exposure so far has been to like 5 different armies. I've watched a few bat reps. I went to the local club and hung out with some of the guys as they were playing a bunch of different games. So I saw IDF Deacon being played, as well as what they call now the Flesh Eater Courts. So I've seen a good variety of lists. And yeah, I just think that's the thing. I think the game is really good. Like, it doesn't feel like there's an obviously crazy army. Like, when you're going through it, you don't go... Because this is the thing, when 40k 10th came out, Elder was so obviously broken that it was like, it wasn't even hard. Whereas in this game, it's like, yeah, it all seems pretty fun. It all seems pretty good.
I think there was one criticism I might have of the game so far, based on just my observing of the War Scrolls. And again, what Warcom said, the same thing that they said with 10th edition 40k, where it was like, AP's going down, it's not going to be as bad. And in 40k, it was everywhere. And they said the same thing with Rend, which is the equivalent of AP for AOS. And they said, Rend's been toned down, it's not as much in the game. Literally every single War Scroll has Rend 1 weapons, with the exception of companions, which are horses for the most part, and your most basic chaff unit. Everything has Rend 1. And I'm like, is that... Should it be? Should it... I mean, I don't know. It feels like a lot, but I think from a narrative point of view where they've gone, yes, horses and your chaff units are your bare bones things that don't, but then everything else does have Rend, it still feels almost like you want Rend at all to be quite rare and good, rather than just be on, you know, your slightly above average units. I don't know how you've felt about it in your games. Obviously, Nighthaunt completely ignore Rend when they're being attacked, so it doesn't bother me whatsoever, and potentially a buff for my army if there is a lot of Rend flying around.
It doesn't feel like there is any more Rend than there has been before. I would suggest that on average, most armies have seen an increase in durability. So a lot of armies have seen armor saves go up. So Magakin of Nurgle, their Magakin units, the mortal units, used to have 4-up saves. Now they have 3s. Brutes for Iron Jaws, as well as Gore Grunters, have gone up to 3s from 4s. So there has been a marked increase in armor saves.
Maybe that's one of them.
Yeah, so maybe it feels less oppressive comparatively. But I will say this as well, though. There is a lot more balance that's gone into hit rolls and wound rolls. Like, I feel like hitting on 3 now is very rare.
Yeah.
Like, coming up, unless you're investing resource in it, and hitting on 2s, next to nothing hits on 2s.
Well, it used to be with all-out attack, you would see a lot of hits on 2s, maybe wounds on 3s or something like that. But there'd either be wounding on or hitting on 2s in some fashion with abilities and spells. Whereas, now that's a lot rarer.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. My best hope is, like, basically if I take Godrak, the flipping, the god character from Iron Jaws, he's got weapon skill 3 on himself. So if I all-out attack him, he hits on 2s, But other than him, nothing in my army hits on him.
Yeah, because I used to have the hex rates used to be 3s and 3s. I think they're now 4s and 4s, and there's maybe some units that are 3s and 4s. But yeah, 3s and 3s is quite rare. I mean, some of the characters can do that. Belinda, 2s and 2s. But that's literally 1 attack for shooting.
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen anywhere near as much. Yeah, a lot of my stuff is, I would say, 4s and 3s, and then some of the characters are 3s and 3s. But they're, quite weak attacks, I would say.
But I'll tell you this much, mate. Like, it is amazing how much that changes the game. Not just from a perspective of the fact that you hit less, but it also makes it feel more powerful when you do well, because there's such more of a spread of numbers that you're interested in. Like in 40k, I swear to God, in 40k I'm only looking for 1s, and even then I'm like, I'll just re-roll them, Whereas in like AOS, I'm like, okay, well I have to take away all my 1s, 2s, and 3s, and you're going through it, and once you sift out all of that stuff, you're like, oh God. What I've got left in my hand isn't that much.
And I would say there's no rerolls in the game other than your counter charge ability, which is reroll your charge roll. Like, I don't think there's anything like there's no inbuilt abilities. There's no twin linked, right? There's no ways to reroll your attack rolls unless a specific character or unit has that as an ability. And
some specific characters do. One of the things with Cities of Sigmar was they had 1 reroll, so 1 dice could be rerolled in a unit. But other than that, no, it's little or none. Which makes the game super swingy, by the way. Like, it really does become...
But I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I do.
You're relying on chance. You're not mitigating it, because actually the fun of the game is rolling dice and those dice being good or bad. Whereas I feel like in 40k, unfortunately, with the re-rolls, you mitigate a lot of the bad rolls. And,
When I was playing against Joe, he'll tell you I was in tears because I literally... I couldn't believe it. My Moor Grunter, which is the big pig for Iron Jaws, charges in, right? This thing is hitting on 4s, wounding on 2s, I want to say, -2 rend, 5 damage because it got its free momentum, right? I was so happy because I managed to get 3 wounds through on him. I went, yeah, 3 wounds, -2. And he just rolled 666, and I literally wanted to die. I was literally like, no! This was into his Blood Knights, which
oh wow.
Yeah, which by the way are so much more terrifying than they were before. My God. But yeah, man, like just again, I can point to every one of the games that I've played of AOS so far and think about fun, interesting, exciting moments where random stuff happened and exciting gameplay moments occurred and chance, risks were rewarded. And that, I think, is the sign of a good game. And I think AOS isn't for everyone because you do have to accept that things aren't always going to go your way. The double turn might muck you up. The reactions might muck you up, or you might just roll badly. But if you've got a certain ideological outlook on the world, if you've got a kind of a certain temperament, I think Age of Sigmar will give you a gameplay experience that is a lot of fun, and I highly recommend it. I understand a lot of 40k players get, and myself included back in the day, I think all of us are guilty of becoming quite tribal and quite territorial at times, and I've definitely heard it said that there are a lot of 40k players out there who are really opposed. There's a lot of old world players or 8th edition Warhammer players, that, as in 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle players, that are opposed to Age of Sigmar because of what it did to the world of Warhammer. So I absolutely get it, why there is this frustration or this sort of dislike of the game. But if you could see past that, if you could genuinely just try and engage with it for what it is, I think what you would find is a very, very, or what I've found is a very good game. I have not, genuinely, across the span of the last 2 years, I've played Age of Sigmar. I'm now playing 2 editions of Age of Sigmar, and I've played in that same time 2 editions of 40k, and I am definitely not experiencing anything resembling the level of frustration or disappointment with AOS as what I've had in the last couple of editions of 40k. This game feels really fun, scratches all the itches. It gets to all the right places. This is the type of tabletop wargaming that I like. It's not all. It's not trying to let me do everything all the time. It's a game of compromise and of strategy and of risk and of reward. And I'm there for it. I think I genuinely, I was super worried about AOS 4 because 10th edition has really kind of knocked me about a bit. I feel a little bit kind of fragile. I was worried that this was going to be bad, but I'm happy to report that, even though my army's not as good as it used to be and I'm seemingly losing all my games, phenomenal game. I love it. I'm dead happy. And I genuinely think we're going to see an uptick in engagement with AOS. I think there's going to be more event attendance. I think people are going to start really kind of taking it seriously now. I think this is I think AOS 3 was laying the foundation for something great, and I think AOS 4... There's an energy around AOS 4 that I've not felt since 8th edition 40k. And I know that's a bold statement, but it feels like something special is happening with this game. And I think people will respond to that. And I think we will see something very cool about to happen with the community. I genuinely think AOS is on the rise, is where my head's at with it. I think this is a really, really good start to what I hope to be a really great edition of Age of Sigmar.
That's good to hear from someone that's actually played some games. Yeah, as we said many episodes ago, we really enjoyed AOS 3. We thought it was a really good edition. We were almost perplexed as to why they would do another edition because it seemed so good and robust. But yeah, it was creaking at the seams a little bit, and they have tidied up some stuff. It doesn't really feel like it's lost a lot of the sort of, I don't want to say complexity, but the kind of complexity around the theming of your armies and the abilities that you can do. A lot of that still is there, but has been changed or tweaked slightly. Things like the hero phase, I think it's probably had a drastic change in the battle shock. So but I think they've done quite well, I think, in terms of how they've managed those things. So I would say, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting the games in. I think it's going to be a pretty solid game, as you say. Seems like it so far. I'm looking forward to actually playing with the army and seeing how I fare. It sounds like generally positive vibes from the Nighthaunt community, and that they're a lot better than they were before. So that's always a plus. As you say about 8th edition Guard were finally good, or just not, they were finally not bad, and it feels like Nighthaunt might finally be in that position where they're just not bad, which will be great. So I like that very much. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what the missions hold and how they play and stuff like that. But overall, yeah, it should be good.
It will be, mate, and I'm really excited to come back and talk to you again in a week's time and see what you think of it now that you will have, gone from. By the end of next weekend, mate, you will have played as many or more games than me.
True, because there'll be 5 games at the event, and then hopefully on Friday I'll get 2 or 3 games in if I could play that quickly. Depending on
you will be able to, mate. Like, honest to God, like as I say, learning the game, we played it so quick. Like literally, games you can comfortably get 2,000 points of AOS 4 into 2 hours, no trouble.
That's good. Yeah, I'll look forward to that.
Even you, Phil. Even you.
Me. I know. It should. It should be good. It should be good. Yeah.
And we'll reconvene for it as well, because sadly I'm not able to go to the AOS Friends Goals. Was going to, but circumstances have changed, so I'm not available to attend anymore. But once you're out the other side of that, mate, we'll definitely arrange to get together and play some games as well, because I'd love to spend some time with you and theory craft some things, or not theory crafts, practically test the different armies and construction, different ideas and stuff. But
nice.
Mate, yeah, there we go. Well, look, I mean, what more to say? I mean, genuinely, I appreciate this podcast has historically been an exclusively 40k podcast. It's evident to everyone now that, we're shifting focus to sort of split ourselves across all the different Warhammer systems, because that really is
co-parenting.
Well, it's representative of the hobby that we play now, really. I mean, Phil is about to premiere his Thunder Warriors, which are not just 40k force, but also Horus Heresy force. I'm very actively seeking to start engaging with Horus Heresy with my Dark Angel army. I've got my Tomb Kings for Old World. I really want to start playing some more Blood Bowl. In fact, I've actually got a Blood Bowl game coming up against John at the club very soon. So I'm going to put the humans back on the field and start doing that again. So that's the thing.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Like, I genuinely feel like maybe it's a maturity thing or whatever. Now that I'm a dying organism, I'm just a little bit more eclectic. Like, I'm much less tribal about it. Like, I don't just want to sort of just play one system. And also I'm really lucky that I have the relative time and the connections to play across the different systems, because I think before, when I wasn't really part of a club or wasn't really part of a scene where I could be involved in multiple things, it was mostly me just playing games with you guys. We were all dialed into 40k, so that was everything we did. Whereas now it's like, I'm playing with a more sort of diverse group of players and getting involved in more things, and I think it's just more reflective of it. So yeah, like I say, I think, to those of you who have come to enjoy our content from a 40k perspective, we'll do our best still to serve you with that. But at the same time, I think it's evident, isn't it, that our kind of taste as players is kind of moving in different directions, and we're being more diverse with what we enjoy playing. So that inevitably is reflected in the kind of content we bring you. But hopefully you enjoy it all the same. But if you don't, I'm sorry that we don't supply you with what you like anymore. But, hopefully we can win you back, but probably not. And, thank you for the good times, I suppose is what I'm saying, because we're going to be talking about a lot of AOS and other things going forwards. Not that we haven't already been for the last year, let's be honest.
Well, that is true. Yeah, we're going to force you. We're going to shove that AOS content down your ear holes, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think that's... Well, we're gonna be putting it out there, whether or not you listen to it, I suppose, is... Going
to make them.
Well, indeed.
But we will still be doing 40k content. Fear not, it will be on the horizon. Next episode, there'll definitely be some 40k content. Do not worry.
Exactly. We're going to be talking undoubtedly about the Agents of the Imperium release, as well as, obviously, the GSC Codex. So, yeah, In fact, actually, I mean, I suppose the Agents of the Imperium Codex is going to be a really interesting topic, because, as you well know, Phil, you're a big fan of the assorted medley that makes up the Imperium. But, that's AOS 4. I'm loving it. I genuinely think it's worth a try. I understand that, it's a brave world to plunge into, but all I can say is that this game is really exciting, and whether it's just a collective form of mass hysteria. Everyone that I know, respect, and really kind of value their opinion of when it comes to this sort of stuff are all singing in concert with myself, which is to say that this game is special and this game is great and this is fun. You know, like everyone I know and care about in this hobby is loving Age of Sigmar right now, which tells me that they're doing something right. So, yeah, hopefully you'll be able to join us on that journey. But if not, you can enjoy hearing us talking about it all the same. But yeah, any more, Phil, or shall I just transition us out of here?
Let us go on to the next show.
The next bit, whatever that may be, transitional noise. So complete disclosure, everybody. A couple of things are going to happen in this segment. One, I'm going to flex a bit because, I spent some money. So I want you to know about that because at the end of the day, what's the point in buying big, extravagant things if you can't boast about it? And then number two, I think we've kind of already done this segment in an outro once, but I can't remember for sure. And the problem is with outros they're not very well titled. So I have no idea if this is ground that we've covered before. But Phil, inspired by the recent announcement of Weta's Abaddon the Despoiler figurine, which I have purchased, by the way, because I'm a lunatic, I wanted to have a conversation with you about iconic characters in the world of Warhammer. Not just Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer in the general sense, but also modern characters, I suppose, more specifically. Because the thing that came about as a result of Weta putting this stuff out is the first thing they did was go, look, everyone, Lieutenant Titus. To which I think the majority of people went, that is cool, but who cares? Like, who is Lieutenant Titus? Why should I care? Because as a character, although he's in a very, very good series of games and has a bunch of other kind of supplementary media talking about him, he isn't an iconic character. Whereas Abaddon is, and in many respects, is the iconic character of Warhammer. I genuinely can't think of anyone more iconic than Abaddon. Unless, of course, you can, Phil. But, like
obviously the Emperor, but he doesn't have a model.
Is the Emperor as iconic, though? I feel like within the kind of visual language, the sort of the established, imagery of Warhammer, certainly Warhammer 40,000. I mean, I suppose that's the thing. I suppose if they did a figurine of the Emperor of Mankind on the Golden Throne in the style of John Blanche's artwork, fine. Like that is a very iconic Warhammer image, I suppose.
Or the one which is it's him fighting Horus over the dead body of Sanguinus. I think that's quite an iconic bit of artwork that's stuck in a lot of people's heads.
Yeah, that's a really iconic image, but is that an iconic character in itself? Like, is Horus more iconic than Abaddon? I would argue not. I would say Horus is a very, very, very powerful character, but I think that Horus achieves greater levels of grandeur because he is, bizarrely, a tribute, a kind of homage to Abaddon. Like Abaddon, although Abaddon obviously echoes Horus, he is essentially the War Master. He is, almost in the image of Horus. The bizarre reality is in the way the game has developed or the way the world has developed, Abaddon kind of came first.
Yes.
So in a way, Horus is actually a motif to Abaddon.
Interesting.
Which is a very weird situation, isn't it?
I would say if you are a Horus Heresy player, Horus is obviously the main guy. Abaddon is the
he's up there, Phil. He's in there.
He's good, but I would assume you'd be more of a Horus fan. I'm more of a Horus fan, I think. But as you say, I think,
I don't think you can be more. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Abaddon is a much better character than Horus.
I mean, lore-wise, probably, maybe. Especially if you're a 40k player, undoubtedly. But I don't know. I've never been that
It's the big-
wowed by him personally, but, whereas Horus I find a bit more interesting.
When I got into Warhammer 40,000 in 1997, 96, whatever it was, maybe even 95, actually, I was playing Elder. I was super, super into Eldrin Olfran and the Avatar. Like, they were like the iconic characters of that faction. But everyone back then who was playing that game in their teens would talk about Abaddon the Despoiler. Right? Like, Abaddon the Despoiler was the guy. Like, he was the big bad. And when someone put Abaddon the Despoiler on a tabletop, he lived up to his reputation, right? He was terrifying. He was powerful. He had this kind of energy around him as a character that really elevated him and made him special. And that's the reason why I had to buy that Weta figure. Because obviously, one, I wanted to treat myself. I've been saving up for it. As soon as I found out it was a thing, I was like, I'm doing it. And to be fair to Weta, they've got some very good payment plans if you're interested in getting that stuff. But to me, I've always wanted, because I've got a lot of figurines. You've been in my house. I've got a lot of figurines, but I've got nothing like that. Like, most of the figurines I've purchased are like, like the most expensive stuff I've got is maybe like £100 for or £200 for a Hot Toys Spider-Man or a whatever, a Transformer masterpiece or something that maybe cost me like £200. And I always felt like that was an extravagance. But like, now this is like one of those things where I'm like, I've bought it and now I'm like, good Lord, I really got to look after this thing.
Yeah, Titan level pricing. So,
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the thing, right? Like, it's a pricey get for sure. But the point is like, the reason why I did it and the reason why I wanted it is because in my mind, there's no one more iconic than Abaddon. And the conversation really off the back of that has been, what characters have they created in the last 9 years, 10 years even, that have achieved the same or even are on the way to achieving an iconic status, and how good are Games Workshop these days at creating characters with that level of, gravitas to them. Because that's an interesting topic, really, because I feel like they've definitely introduced a lot of characters, and this was just a chance for us to have a conversation about the characters that have come about in the last few years that have actually wowed us or are genuinely now, integral to the Warhammer hobby, be that in Age of Sigmar or 40k. So, yeah, that's kind of the talking point, is what characters. I think specifically we're going to pick 3 each, right? 3 characters that we genuinely think have made an impact, a meaningful impact on modern Warhammer.
Yes. Yeah.
Or Heresy, I suppose, for that matter, because they've introduced a lot of characters in Heresy over the last 10 years as well.
I mean, model-wise, yes, but I think most of them are probably pre-existed in the lore beforehand. But, maybe there have been a few new ones. I
mean, Garvel Loken didn't exist before the novels, but he's been around now for a while.
Oh, right? Well, technically he did. He was one of the few, I believe, that was name-dropped in, I think it was the original Adeptus Titanicus. Ooh. Or some of the very early source material. I think him and a couple of others were actually just random, character names in a story that then got taken for those first few books and incorporated in. From what I remember hearing somewhere, that could just be a vague internet rumor that I'm spreading. In terms of Warhammer characters, I'll tell you one that isn't a well-known character, and this relates to your thing. It's not Scragrot the Loon King, who is the next and the first AOS Weta Workshop Super Big Mini. I mean, it's kind of cool, but that's not what I would pick for AOS as a £1,000 plus centerpiece mini with a very obscure but I guess dedicated fan base. I don't know how you thought about that one, as a slight tangent before we kick it off with the actual characters that we would have maybe chosen as more iconic than him.
I mean, as someone who has a Gloomspike Gitz army, as someone who has that very figure
Are you saving up?
sat on his desk right now, as in the Warhammer Age of Sigmar one, there he is, the old Loon King. No one else can see it, but Phil can. There he is. I'll knock him against the microphone. There we go. Anyway, look, I mean, as a character, he's cool. He's got some really fun, elements to him. But yeah, I mean, he's just a big goblin, isn't he? I mean, the figure is really fun in terms of the actual miniature. It's got a lot of personality. I like the squigs carrying his cape. I like his general kind of personality. So there are definitely some things that they can embellish and really kind of lean into with the wetter sculpture. But in a way, is it a character that was crying out for that? Maybe not. Like I would have preferred within the realm of AOS. I don't know. Like I feel like there would have been a lot more interesting characters that they could have really leaned into. That could have. I mean, I'm glad they didn't just do a Stormcast. I think that's a win, right? Like I think.
Yes and no, but I'm slightly biased based on what I was actually going to say is my AOS pick as like an iconic character, but for the wetter one, maybe something else would have been quite interesting. I think actually for the wetter one, Lady Alinda for Nighthaunt, being slightly biased towards Nighthaunt, would have been quite good because we've seen her in a couple of animatics and computer games. It seems like quite an interesting character, and visually I think could have looked really cool on that, although maybe too fragile to be sort of floating and suspended in the air because it's resin. It wouldn't really feasibly work for the wetter miniatures at least, but I think definitely is up there in terms of kind of quite iconic AOS characters.
I mean, for me, if you were talking about doing a kind of an abridged character that kind of combined fantasy with AOS. I think you're basically the obvious choice to me is I've now just completely blanked on his name. The dwarf that Brian Blessed plays.
Oh, Gotrek.
Oh my god, like that's the one you do, surely.
True.
Surely Gotrek is the go-to because like he's iconically like part of the Warhammer world, but he's also now moved into the lands of Age of Sigmar and has kind of abridged.
Yes.
And dwarves are just innately that character, that flipping model that he has, stunning.
Oh, amazing!
So the idea of doing a statue of Gotrek would be like Gotrek's the one for me.
As a statue, I think great. I feel like that's a bit of a cheat if we're caveating a new character in the last few years because he really predates it, and a lot of unfortunately.
Well, this is separate to that conversation.
Yes.
Phil. That's just you're asking me what Age of Sigmar character should Wetter have
yes.
done.
Oh, yes.
Gotrek.
Well, I think he's got so much history to him.
Yeah.
In the same way that Abaddon does the transcend stuff. I think what makes him iconic is mostly it's the media that he's portrayed and consumed in. So yeah, some people have a model, some people have played him. Most people know about him because they've read a book or they've just heard people regale you stories of the book or, a lore video about all the stuff that he's done. Like he's got, I think having Black Library novels around you, especially consistently, makes you elevates your status as a character, which brings me about to my AOS pick, which is Neve Blacktalon. And weirdly, I've got one of her models because I literally bought her in fact, I had both of them. I got the first one when she was an individual model because I wanted her head for my Inquisitor that I was making. Lady Linda, not Linda, Lady Eleanor Greyhorn. But then I ended up going with a Forge World head instead. And then I got the new Black Talon box set because I wanted the Stormcast, a couple of the Stormcast Eternal characters in there for my Thunder Warriors, but not her, funny enough. But the thing that makes her great for me personally is because I watched the Black Talon series on Warhammer Plus that was really good. And it was like, I want to say, it couldn't have been 8 episodes. That seems too many. Maybe it was like 4 or 6 or something. It was a suitable amount to make it a movie length when it was all added up, because I think each one was about 20 minutes or something. So it was a good show. Gave in-depth sort of character to her and her companions. Interesting sort of stories in each episode, but sort of built to something. It went into a lot about the backstory of the Stormcast and them losing themselves each time they got effectively recycled and they died and came back again, and she was constantly losing her memories more and more. That was really interesting, I thought. So I think visually she's, if you were to pick, as you say, a poster child for AOS, she is probably that as a character, because she's a Stormcast. And she's one of the more prominent, characters in the Stormcast, lexicon, pantheon of characters. There's a few, but not many. And she's one of the, few named ones that have also had multiple stories written about her. So I think she would be my, top pick for a new AOS character that, yes, a bit generic because she's a Stormcast, but I think there's actually some depth and interest to her. So that would be my first pick.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they, again, because of how they've supported Black Talon with media and other releases, I think that's something that, ultimately, it makes absolute sense that would be something that you could have focused on from an AOS perspective. And it is fair to say that amongst the pantheon of AOS, that those characters have become quite renowned. Whether they reside in the same kind of zeitgeist and iconic status as someone like Commander Dante or like some kind of 40k equivalent, I'm not really sure they're there yet. But
give it 10 to 20 years. I think in a way that is also the thing that makes people iconic. But if we're judging it based on new characters in the last 10 years, I think she sits pretty good on that table, because obviously Dante and people like that have the age of them being just around that makes them iconic. It's like Yarick, been around forever, even though he's not around anymore. But is the thing that they've been around in the setting for so long that you've seen them almost via osmosis that makes them great. Whereas, new models that in the last 10 years, I think probably had more support than most, especially in terms of the media. Not many other characters have been in a Warhammer Plus animation. Has she been in any games? I don't think so. Probably maybe been in
there was that
AOS.
Realm of Ruin game that they did. Was she not in that?
Well, I don't know. That was a new one, but featured AOS, so might have, but I wouldn't. Not that I'm aware of. But she's got model for a start. She's got books. She's got. And she's been in animation and probably, a few other little bits and pieces here and there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a comic or something about her.
I think there's the thing, though, isn't it? Like, so many of these characters that they do, like Black Talon, it feels like sort of a moment in time where it's like, okay, we've done an animated thing. This is a character we're trying to push. And again, it's very interesting now because obviously these are like modern multimedia approaches to trying to establish characters, whereas before they were kind of built by legends that were accomplished on the tabletop and by the shared kind of narratives.
Well, a lot of it was via just White Dwarf battle reports and stuff like that. Was how people consumed, almost the history of those characters. Like that's how totally. Tycho became famous. That's how Gazgol sort of became famous. Was all the the adventures of White Dwarf, basically.
Yeah, totally. Whereas obviously now it's a different kind of methodology. I just wonder whether or not characters like that will have that level of longevity, or whether they'll be quite transient in the sense that they're like here today, gone tomorrow. Because I use characters like Brand from Slaves to Darkness or Dark Oaths in the same vein. So they've done, Warhammer Plus.
There was a Hammer and Bolter, wasn't there, with them in?
Yeah, so they've done Hammer and Bolters on Brand and his retinue, whatever they're called. And, they're quite good by the standards of Hammer and Bolter, and they dive in. But I don't know if Brand really kind of, has that kind of iconic status yet to the same degree as obviously like an Archeon, right? Like, I mean, obviously Archeon's been, again, around forever, but has been kind of fully realized or taken to this kind of god form in AOS, where previously he was, the big bad warlord of the hordes of chaos, the warriors of chaos, etc. Now he has ascended to this kind of godly status where he is this, insane, over-the-top, crazy person riding atop a wild, dragon beast monstrosity embodying all the different chaos gods. So, I think, character-wise within the kind of AOS space, it's interesting, actually, isn't it? Because I suppose in the general sense, like, the Stormcast Eternals have a lot of named characters that they've kind of added in. But outside of the Stormcast, it's quite few and far between. Like, so you've got, like, Marathi, I think, is a really interesting character.
Yeah.
I think the work they've done on that's quite interesting. Because, again, what I like about Daughters of Cain is it kind of takes the concept of the Grand Alliance of Order and pushes it to its absolute, extreme. Where, because didn't Marathi murder the god of murder? Isn't that correct?
Do you know what? I don't know that.
Yeah, I think Marathi basically killed Kayla Mencha Cain, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably.
Possibly. My problem is with AOS lore is it's evolving, but not completely defined at this point. But I think, Marathi seems super interesting. I want to say stuff like Gordrak. I love the idea of Gordrak, but he's like a character that is like utterly devoid of any of the kind of cunning or nuance of a Gazkul. Like, Gazkul is this raw brutality, but his greatest strength is how he brings everything together. It's the fact that he can take the wild ferocity of the orcs in the context of Warhammer 40,000 and turn them into something resembling a coherent fighting force. That's his USP. That's what he can do that no one else can, that makes him powerful. Whereas Gordrak's just the biggest, meanest one. So he's sort of like, he's kind of like, he's in charge because he's big, scary, and powerful, but he's not like, and he's supposed to be cunning as well, but because Iron Jaws are a lot more one-dimensional in the sense that they're just super-duper punchy, he is the most super-duper punchy. He's exactly the kind of character that a more fleshed-out character like Gazkul would come along and take over from, It's like the idea when Gazkul was coming up, he probably had to deal with a Gordrak and outwitted him, or he did things to kind of get around him. Gordrak feels like a very blunt instrument. He's just the biggest and bestest at killing things, therefore he keeps getting to enjoy that status. Comparatively, though, like Gobsprak, the Cruel Boys character, is super interesting. I think they have genuinely created something quite interesting with him because obviously he is so cunning and he is so manipulative and again just showcases a really different take on orcs. I think Cruel Boys have had a really interesting journey over the last 3 years because when they first came on the scene, most people didn't like them. Most people were like, what are these? What have you done?
They just don't look like traditional orcs or orcs. They're not the Games Workshop orcs. They're much more like Jim Henson orcs. Or
did Jim Henson ever do orcs? I suppose he would have done it like Labyrinth or something.
like Labyrinth or
Those were goblins, though, weren't they?
oh yeah, very or goblin-esque, yeah. Labyrinth or even oh god, I was watching it today. Hold on. Legend has some sort of those kind of gribbly creatures. I mean, I'm assuming they're Jim Henson, but they look it. Goblins with big long noses. But it's that kind of weird, creepy vibe, almost maybe even more like Tolkien-esque as well than Games Workshop.
But I do actually feel like over time, like, because that's the thing, isn't it? It's like at the start, people were quite unsure about Crawl Boys. But now, 3 years removed, I actually feel like we've come to a place where people have really, really acclimatized to them and really love them. And I do think a character like Gobsprak actually probably sits atop the mountain as being one of the more kind of iconically orky Age of Sigmar characters. And narratively, he actually is really interesting because he has had a lot of influence on the events of the Realm of the Beast and that storyline. He was very heavily involved with Kragnos. So he basically managed to manipulate and effectively win the favor of Kragnos and be more kind of in bed with Kragnos. So he's unique in the sense that he, obviously is the voice of Gorka Morka. He basically sort of embodies his own god, but at the same time is also in there with Kragnos as well. So he's kind of he's got a couple of gods of destruction pulling for him, which is interesting.
I'd almost argue that Kragnos is up there as an iconic character. He's the only faction supreme leader that is AOS specific, because Order doesn't really have one. Order doesn't have a global leader. If anyone, it would be Sigmar, and obviously, like the Emperor, doesn't have a model. All the Chaos ones pre-existed from the Warhammer Fantasy, effectively. They all got ported over. And then Death, you again.
Well, Chaos got Archeon. Archeon was a new AOS mini. But he obviously was existing in Warhammer.
I was thinking more like the god level characters. I guess he sort of is, but
well, he is quite. Now a god.
And then likewise, you got Nagash for Death again, pre-existed and got ported over from Fantasy. Whereas Kragnos, brand new and an entire leader of that entire. Grand Alliance, had a big shockwave when he came. There was a whole storyline building up to it, like the Broken Realm storyline, made a huge, I would say, splash when he turned up, because he was just it's quite an iconic model. But I don't think he's had much impact post, AOS 3. Not much has really been seen or heard of him lore-wise, at least from probably small bits of lore that I've consumed. But yeah, I think he'd be up there.
Yeah, Kragnos. Yeah, Kragnos is a weird one just because of the nature of the mini and the Kragnos is that weird period of AOS trying to develop a world while the studio was just pumping out minis, and they're trying to tell a story of something, and they've got this Kragnos model, and they have to kind of get the square peg to fit the round hole, and they're literally like, so we got this beastman guy that is clearly like a beastman, and he's supposed to be part of the beastman army by all accounts, but we're going to make him the god of destruction because we need one to tell the story we want to tell.
Because they know Beastman isn't going anywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if he was only ever meant to be more of a Beastman model rather than a destruction overarching model.
Yeah, well, that's like the consensus of it, is the idea that there's lots of stuff that, like, apparently they're getting given and they're just like, okay, what are we going to do with this? And it's like they're telling a story of such and such a thing, and then the studio turn up and go, hey, have some Idoneth Deepkin. And it's like, oh, okay, what are we going to do with them? But yeah, like, I think that's the thing. I think, within the AOS realm, I don't know. I think for me, without meaning to be overly biased about it, I kind of agree with you with the Black Talent stuff. I think Brand's up there. I think outside of that, there's, I kind of feel like Bellacor's really had a glow up in the last 10 years. Like, Be'lakor was obviously very, very established in 40k and AOS. Oh, not AOS, Warhammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do genuinely feel like this reimagined version of him is something quite significant and is something quite new and different. So I think he's different enough that it's interesting. But yeah, that's potentially gripping at straws from the AOS perspective. And I think that's indicative of the fact that across the board, they don't really massively lean into too many sort of super duper special characters. Although they, there's a lot of new named characters in Cities of Sigmar. There's lots of named characters in...
So, like, Gravelords has a load of actually quite iconic ones, mostly due to the Cursed City. Is it... I keep thinking it's Belladonna, the old lady on the wolf. I think she's a fantastic mini, really iconic sort of look to her and, like, theming. I think, Soul Blight I've got a lot. I've got a lot of love for the Nighthaunt. I think Lady Alinda, again, had a book about her, featured in some games and stuff. I think she's got a really interesting backstory, although weirdly I think my personal favourite would be Right Colonel of the Grimhaler. He's got a cool backstory. His model's not probably the best, because I don't like the weird sort of statue thing, which is a bit eye replaced, but I think is probably my favourite part of my army that I like to play. He's probably the one character I like to include in every game. So I've sort of got a lot of love for him. And the idea is that he was a sorcerer that was a king that was trying to come up with a spell that would end, basically gift immortality to all of his subjects. He was trying to end death, basically. So Nagash went, once he died, or maybe Nagash killed him, basically made him effectively the Grim Reaper. And he would be the one that goes out and hunts other people who are trying to cheat death, basically. And he is ultimately like the concept of the Grim Reaper from like our folklore made manifest in the AOS world, which is quite cool. He's actually, if you think about it, he's probably a horseman of the apocalypse, hence why he's on a horse. And, he's got the scythe. He's a horse with wings, which is kind of rare, which is kind of cool. It's got a very novel take on it. The idea is he snuffs out, he doesn't need to scythe people to death. He can just snuff out a candle, and each time he does that, that will kill someone's soul, basically. It like snuffs them out, which is quite cool. So yeah, even though there's not really much in the way of stories about him, I think his backstory is very, very cool.
I think probably one of the most interesting characters, which really showcases a really bright and exciting future for AOS, is definitely going to be, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, I think, but it's Crephusis the Crone Seer.
She's very new, isn't she? Yeah. Very
new, but I was reading Dawnbringer, her Dawnbringer book in advance of AOS 4 and today, and very, very interesting story with her. Because again, what I like about the introduction of her is how the nuance of the faction starts to come into existence, and the idea that she represents a kind of division within Daughters of Cain, and the idea that there isn't just kind of one overarching ideology within it. And the idea that actually now within Daughters of Cain, there is this kind of emerging, ideology that is kind of challenging the established ideas. And I really like that they're bringing in a character that is creating, new depth and new ideas within those factions, which I think is really interesting, because what that says to me is we're not going to see like a 40k 5th edition Necron codex where they go, you think you know what Necrons are? They're something else now. Forget about it. Whereas it feels like what they're doing with things like, say, Daughters of Cain and maybe Fire Slayers and other armies, they're bringing in elements that kind of somewhat organically reshape the way that those armies work. And then over time, when, Daughters of Cain's new battle tone comes to be, maybe they give them a reasonable range refresh, but they are now in the image of this, this new kind of direction that the army's going in because, a new leader has emerged, a new ideology. Things have changed. The world has moved forwards. And because the world has moved forwards, they can express different ideas in the way that the army works. And that's very promising. Like, if that is something that they're going to pay off, I think that's really exciting.
Well, that would be very huge as well, because and just say it's quite unusual when they sort of do either huge range refresh or like they pivot the archetype of a faction or expand it in a new direction. So that would be pretty something, I think.
They've planted similar seeds in Warhammer 40,000, but never paid them off. So the most famous one, I think, is Logan Grimnar. Logan Grimnar was basically all but essentially stated as having fallen to chaos during the events of Wrath of Magnus. And
because was it like possessed by his axe, wasn't it?
By his chaos axe, yeah. So basically he wields a cornate axe, but the idea was that it was utterly like not dominant, but it was not docile either. What am I looking for is the term here. Basically, it was out of commission. It was a cornate axe, but he used it. Docile, was it? Docile? Yeah. The point is, it wouldn't up to much until it struck Magnus, and it struck. Maybe it wasn't Magnus. Sorry, Magnus the Red. I think it might have been Kairos Fate Weaver. But basically, it hit Kairos when he struck Kairos, or he struck Magnus with it. Basically, the energies of Khorne, the infused power of the god of, blood and death and skulls and stuff, basically woke up and then vanished. So the idea is that Logan was able to defeat Magnus or defeat Karios. I can't remember which one it was now, as by the direct influence of his cornate axe. And that was a big kind of plot point. And then the other big plot point of that story was the idea that Logan Grimnar was always this champion of humanity and that he would always go to bat for humans. Like, he wouldn't allow any level of harm to be placed on human lives. Like, he genuinely was like in service to them. But the big thing at the end of that is that essentially he agrees that because of the events of everything that happened on Fenris, that all of the guardsmen should just be executed. And he was totally cool with it. He was like, yeah, kill him. Which was completely out of character for him. Because he has literally in the past nearly been basically declared renegade for defending humans to the expense of all other things. But, this time he was like, yeah, go ahead. And that was the implication that was him starting to turn. And there was this implication that we could see that pay off as the forces of Space Wolves maybe becoming more chaos, and then maybe, and then there was that idea for an age where, Leman Russ might return from the warp with the 13th Legion or the 13th company of what appeared like chaos Space Wolves, like all flipping werewolf men and stuff. But they're actually the loyalists, and now actual normal Space Wolves led by Logan have turned to chaos,
Yeah, that was, I think, one of my favourite rumours that never came to be true.
I know. I love it.
Good. Again, and I think around that time they also talked about, Codex Crew, which we sort of got, but sort of not. But, maybe one day. I guess for 40k related, they did sort of introduce Belisarius Call prior to the introduction of Primaris, and obviously he was the creator of that. So similar, but maybe not quite the same, because it's one model from another faction influencing the direction of another faction, not quite the same as the AOS comparison, but possible.
Yeah, Belisarius Call's a really interesting one because he is definitely an iconic character now, but he hasn't really earned his spot. He's just kind of been given it. He's just been like, you are MacGuffin, man. Go forth and MacGuffin.
Yes,
like,
yeah. I mean, I feel like he probably slightly predates our timestamp just because he was technically a 7th Ed mini, but only just. But as you say, I think the problem with him was that he was just introduced and then did everything. There was no slow build up or tease, which is what, as you said, Games Workshop's normally quite good at, doing little tidbits here and there, snippets of lore throughout, and building up to something. Whereas they just sort of dropped him in and were like, oh yeah, he's always been around, which I think is a terrible way to introduce a character or thing of any kind.
No, I totally agree with you, mate. So if you were, I guess kind of getting it on track, if you were to point towards 3 recent Warhammer characters that in your opinion have something resembling or are on the path towards iconic status, what would your top 3 picks be?
I'll give you one at a time because I've only got one in my head at the moment. I need to.
Okay, start with your first one.
Morvan Vale from Sisters. I think she's quite iconic. I do like her. She's a serious figurehead to their army. I have to say, maybe it's a combination of, I think Games Workshop's modern naming convention sort of hinders certain characters from being easy to remember how to even pronounce their names, and therefore loses out slightly on the iconic status. Because normally I can't even remember what her name is. I have to look it up. Whereas, Neve Blacktalon, nice and simple. Lehman Russ, nice and simple. Morvan Vale, it's like, oh God, it's a bit of a mouthful. But despite that, I think she's quite a cool character. But I don't know anything about her, really, other than that she's a High Lord of Terror. Like, her backstory that they gave you, yeah, simple, effective, but yeah, I don't know any other stories that she's been in or what adventures she might get up to.
Yeah, I think the thing with Morgan Val is she sort of stands out, doesn't she? Because she's a big centerpiece mini. She's High Lord of Terror, which was exciting because prior to that, we hadn't really seen High Lords of Terror on the tabletop, so that was super interesting. I think the thing is always with Morgan Val is that I've never been a particularly big fan of the miniature, but I liked overall the fact that she was this kind of high office kind of position, and yeah, that was sort of interesting to kind of see it brought around. And I do agree that of all the kind of modern characters, she's the one that feels like she's most present, I suppose. Like, I genuinely think that Morgan Val has had a meaningful impact on the narrative in the game. Sorry, you were going to say Phil?
No, I've just figured out my number 2, so I'll let you carry on.
Well, do you want to, people are going to think I'm crazy, by the way, when I say what my first pick for 40k is in terms of characters that I think have been really significant. I don't even want to sort of say, I wouldn't even give this character, I don't think there is really an iconic competitor or character within the current slate of characters that they've introduced, right? You can't look at Agrax Agatone and go, that's an iconic character.
Well, here's the thing. I was just going to make the point is, there's not many new named characters. I think there's a few here and there, and they're mostly bigger models. But mostly, I think they do these generic, nameless captains, or they're too busy coming up with just someone generic that you can sort of put your own spin and personality into, rather than giving you named characters. Or, like I said, they gave you ultimately named sergeants or, captains for some of the different Space Marines when they came out to Primaris, but ultimately there's nothing really special about them that they don't almost even need a name. It was interesting they even bothered to name those ones for Primaris when everyone else kind of gets a generic one. But yeah, what would your first pick be?
So again, fully acknowledging that people are going to be surprised to hear me say it, but the reason why I'm going to say it is because I think this character has been influential on a lot of stuff, and I think he was one of the forerunners for kind of progressing the Primaris narrative and introducing, more of a kind of evolution of Primaris and kind of getting towards, he's kind of representative of that sort of symbiosis of like the Primaris and the Firstborn narrative overlapping. And that is Master Lazarus of the Dark Angels, which is to say that he is significant in so much as he is the first and only Primaris Marine to elevate himself to inner circle and or command status within the upper echelons of the Dark Angels. Now, obviously, in the Dark Angels now, everyone's a Primaris, right? Like, everyone. But at the time, Lazarus actually represented something quite interesting. So, it wasn't that remarkable when the Imperial Fists got Torgaradon. It wasn't not Torgaradon. What was he called?
Torgaradon. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Torgaradon.
With the big I think he's Torgaradon way more iconic. He's got a big giant fist.
He's definitely a more iconic miniature. But I don't think narratively, like, I think the thing is like the reason why Lazarus stands out to me, I suppose, is because of my general relationship with Dark Angels, but also just the fact that like this character, again, just sort of it was one of the early ones that kind of started eroding the old established ideologies around what Primaris were and what was going forwards. Because at this point, in time, we started to see characters crossing the Rubicon, right? So Marnius Calgar famously did it. Then after Marnius, for the life of me, I can't remember what the second one would have been. I think we just got a large influx of characters in the 2019 book, didn't we? The 2019 Space Marine book basically went, Shrike is now Primaris, Tigerius is now Primaris.
Yeah, did Ragnar come along around then as well?
Ragnar came later. Ragnar was essentially a 9th edition release, I want to say. Or maybe he was
because he came out. Right. He came out before the new Gaz Mini.
Yes, you're right. He came out in the Saga of the Beast, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
In the Psychic Awakening, yeah. No, fair. So yeah, but this guy, as far as I remember, was the first one. Basically, he was the first original Primaris character.
Yes, but isn't his helmet like the other main character? And everyone was like,
yeah. So he's very, very similar to Azrael.
Yeah,
but he's not Azrael.
Well, I know, but everyone was like, why is he not just Azrael?
Oh, that's fair.
But the new Azrael model obviously looks even bigger and better.
Well, I mean, the jury's out on that one. It's fine. It's a nice mini. Whether it's bigger and better, I don't know. But yeah, Lazarus is an interesting character because he's one of the first kind of Primaris characters. And to do it within the confines of the Dark Angels, where there was greater significance on their leadership infrastructure, I think it just gave him a certain status. So I don't know. I think it's interesting now, though, because I feel like Lazarus, the character, is here today, gone tomorrow. I feel like
non-existent.
I think this character is basically now completely gone.
Has he actually got a data sheet?
Yeah, he's got his own data sheet.
Oh, he's not just a generic person. He's not. He is named.
He is named. He's his own character with his own rules, but he probably is going to cease to be probably by the time. My guess is that he'll probably go and just become one of the different Space Marine
like build options,
captain options.
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, I'm not at all surprised that you picked him, actually.
Well, it's only just because to me he was significant and he had an interesting story.
There were many episodes where you ranted on about it, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, exactly. And look, as much as I saw the negative in it, and I'm not even suggesting that I see a positive in it now, I just think the thing is he really stood out. You know, he was
a moment in time. That signified something, whether good or bad. That's fair enough. My next pick, you probably won't like. I think it's Vashtor.
I mean, that is a bold choice, but I mean, he is a big character. I think they've really botched his introduction.
His thing, I think he had a big story arc with the Arcs of Omen as his introduction. I think model-wise, pretty good. I think concept-wise, really interesting, like a demon that plays around with machines, effectively, gremlins. I think that's really clever. I think, in terms of botching it, I don't think story-wise, in terms of Arcs of Omen, there was anything bad, but I think he came out and his rules were quite lackluster. I think that was the most disappointing thing about him, and there's nothing else to really go alongside him in terms of you kind of almost want an army theme, and obviously everyone's like, demon engines and stuff, but you do want more stuff like they're not arco-flagellants, but you had something like that from the Blackstone Fortress, which were these, it was like electro-thralls or something, or electro-flagellants. You had these sort of, almost Dark Mechanicum-esque minis scattered throughout the 40k range where you think, these could be in his sort of thrall under his army. And I would like to see that fleshed out a bit more. Like how Be'lakor has a specific, he can take a bunch of demons and this can be his army. I want that with Vashtor. Obviously, he got an Armies of Renown that was just like, take loads of demon engines, but I'd like more specific units for him, basically.
I agree. Vashtor is one of those characters that is on the verge of greatness, and if treated properly, could go on to be great.
Yeah, so basically his whole story arc is he's trying to ascend to godhood, and it's like, I don't think they would ever do that. Although, they did it with AOS with the Skaven, Lord. He's now the fourth god of chaos, which seems a bit odd, but it is, it's a thing now. So it's like they've proven that they can elevate things to, godhood. Maybe they'll be like, we want Vashtor to be the fourth god for chaos for some symmetry with AOS. That would be a huge payoff. Like if that actually happened, that would definitely elevate him to, a much more iconic status. But I sort of feel like with chaos, they're destined to get close, but to, never to succeed, to be the bridesmaid, never the bride. So I suspect whatever the Arcs of Omen, continuing storyline will be is he'll get close, but foiled at the last minute, probably by the other Chaos Gods intent on stopping him.
No, good pick. To be honest, I accept. They botched his intro, I feel like, but I think there's still enough that they can build him into greatness. So I'm there for it. A perfectly respectable number 2 pick. Number 2 pick for me, sincerely, and he was in contention for being my number 1. But it is Sir Hector, and Canis Rex. The Knight Preceptor.
He's quite old, isn't he?
No, mate, he's not even 10 years old. Canis Rex was first introduced in 8th edition.
Really? Oh, I guess so, yeah. I think he feels older, but...
He might actually have been... He might have been in 7th edition, but even then, that's not that old.
No,
the Imperial Knight kit was first introduced, I think, in 2014.
Oh, was it the end of 6, or was it start of 7th?
It was 7th. It was 7th when they did... So the end of 6th was Imperial Knights Codex. And then in 7th edition, they did the expanded Knights Codex, which gave you a new kit that gave you the ability to make the Warden and the Crusader, and maybe the Preceptor. Actually, maybe that was a 7th edition. But Canis Rex, whether he's been since he's of the same kind of ilk as he's not more than 10 years old. And I think is a very iconic character. One, because at the moment he's a really powerful ally to chuck into your 40k armies. If you're Imperium, Canis Rex is a very, very good Imperial Knight ally. But also just the story of Canis Rex is really cool. He basically is a free blade traveling the universe, seeking to basically help people, answering the prayers. And, you know, his story is really fun. The idea that he was basically being absolutely done over by Iron Warriors, and then the machine spirit of Canis Rex essentially responded in a kind of like divine way. It kind of triggered on its own and aided him, and then basically it just led to him to sort of, you know, taking up that free blade mantle and going and aiding people. And I think Canis Rex kind of represents the Imperial Knights really well, that kind of nobility, but also, yeah, just a really fun, well fleshed out character with some really fun rules because, you know, he's an Imperial Knight where a man pops out when it dies. That's fun.
Well, I think that is quite fun, for sure. I'm just trying to think. There was actually another special character for Knights that I
the green one.
Really liked. Yeah, the green one. He's effectively
the one from the mobile game.
Oh, I guess he was there as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, they had. He was in the Free Blade mobile game.
Yeah,
I can't remember his name
because he basically sort of I think he was meant to be like guarding this like vault on his planet. But yeah, for the life of me, can't remember what his actual name. I thought he was almost cooler because he's effectively like the Green Knight in knight form. He was a bit more interesting than Canis because. But yeah, Canis is pretty good overall.
Canis, I think Canis is probably one of the more interesting characters of the new edition.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think they've done. Yeah. Who's your number one, Phil? Who do you think the top billing is?
Have you got another one? Because I'm struggling to think of one. So give me a bit more time. Obviously, you've got people like Angron, who's new model-wise, but old in lore. I mean, the only other two that I can think of is, and I think they've got potential, but they're not there yet. And that's like Lord Solar, Leontis is one option, but I don't think he's that great. I don't think there's much to him yet. I think he's a centerpiece model for someone's army that most people actually, it goes to show how sort of boring he is, that most people convert him to specifically fit their army and that they make him their own person. It's like I'm using Yarrick for mine because I think that's a more interesting character who unfortunately isn't around anymore. And the other one for Guard is Ursula Creed, who is sort of riding on the coattails of her dad's legacy that makes her interesting, and that's sort of it. But, you know, I think over time we'll get that pedigree of history behind them to make them interesting in their own right. But I don't know. I'm kind of struggling. But they're not my actual picks, though. They wouldn't be what I'd actually pick, but they're the only two I can really think of.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because at one point I was like, when you're talking about like iconic new characters, like my first pick originally was Yvraine. I was like, you got to have Yvraine in there because, you know, she resurrected Roberta Gilliman. She completely redefined the Eldari race and their entire ideology. Like, Yvraine is a hugely important character. But again, one of the problems is she's become disposable because she was of a moment, but she served her purpose, so the story's moved on. Same thing with Greyfax. Greyfax super
brilliant,
important for a moment, and then gone. Same thing with that other Inquisitor, Draco, the one with the dragon. On the
Draxus, yeah. I mean, they're both cool minis. I think Greyfax has a bit more history to her, and there was a few stories about her when she first came out, and that was really interesting, and I'd have loved more, because I think she was a really cool character. So yeah, if we're talking, if we're going back to Gathering Storm minis, I think you're right. They're both very cool, but then it would be Belisarius cool. He would be the winner for me. He would be my next pick because he is an iconic character. Although, as we discussed, sort of just made iconic straight away by what he can do. But there's been some interesting stories like the is it The Great Work, which was like a Black Library novel about his sort of backstory, was quite interesting. I thought it wasn't necessarily the best, but I did enjoy it, and sort of learning about how he came to be sort of just consuming other people's personalities effectively, which was quite interesting. Yeah, so if you include Gathering Storm, I think you'd say Yvraine's really good, but hasn't been utilised since. At least, Belisarius Cool has, done other stuff since then, even if it's just introducing new model lines.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Like, when you go through it within that kind of time frame of Gathering Storm, yeah, there obviously were some more significant characters there. As I say, Inquisitor Greyfax definitely important. I was going to make an argument that you could have that Makari was going to be up there for me, just because Makari is a super fun, iconic character from back in the day. Back in the day, the story of Gazgul was in concert with Makari. The two were joined at the hip, and the fact that they brought back Makari was super fun. But again, he's an old character. Same thing with Zodgrod Wartsnag. These are all characters that have existed, who have had updates, etc. So yeah, when it comes to new characters, for me, my number one pick has to be Agathe Dolan, obviously.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
Agathe Dolan. She's done nothing. But she's the best. That's basically all I come back to every time. You want to talk about the best character in all of Warhammer? It's Agathe Dolan. Agathe Dolan. She's number one.
Yeah, she does look cool. She's got a great name as well.
Exactly. She's accomplished nothing in the story. Literally, you go to her lexicon page. It reads, Agathe Dolan is an Adeptus Sororitas Hagalata, whatever the heck that is, Hagalata, who always accompanies the Reliquant at Arms Astrid Frugge and records the deeds of those battle sisters who fight beside her. That's literally all they've got on her.
It's sort of mad that those are named characters. Yeah, most of Gene Stealer Cult, most of Chaos, World Eaters or whatever. No, not even Gene Stealer Cult has no obviously named models, and I understand why. But yeah, it's interesting that there's been so few, or few that have been good. It feels like most of the characters have been obviously resculpts of old ones, which does make sense. But there's been very few, great new models, and I'm sure people would disagree about, Leontis and Ursula and stuff like that.
It used to feel like, though, back in the day, it used to feel like in the older codexes, they really flexed characters. I remember 5th edition Space Marines where they went, Vulcan Heston. That was a cool character. And again, instantly cool. There wasn't a period of going oh, he seems a bit weird. You were on board straight away. He is a Salamander Space Marine, tooled up to the nines, wearing a cloak made of some flipping carrying around all of Vulcan's artifacts. It's this guy is cool. And then they went, oh, Pedro Cantor. You're oh, the most Crimson Fist. Yes, mate. Love that. They did that back then all the time. Even in things like the Dark Elder book in 5th edition, they went, oh, there's this guy, the Lord of Decapitation. Never made a model for him, but he was a mandrake that was basically just and they wrote all this fluff on him and how he basically was the bestest at decapitating people. And you were great, he sounds ace, but never sort of realize it. So I just feel more and more, it's just something they don't lean into nearly as much anymore.
Yeah, I don't. know, yeah, why. I don't know if it's because there's less scope for that sort of thing, or if they think, but someone will only buy one of them. It's like, but most people are only going to buy one of a captain model anyway. So, yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. It's a bit of a shame, or maybe it's just too much bloat in the rule book or for balancing wise and stuff. But going back to the Forge World days, right? The Imperial Armor books, like Minotaurs, had some great characters, and one of them was just like a sergeant with a heavy bolter, and like that was it. He was just like sort of second in command to a company captain, and he was like, I think, like a Warhammer Fest limited edition model they gave him at some point, and that was it. And he just, if you were a Minotaurs fan, you would want him because he was awesome. And they only had like 3 or 4 named characters in total. One of which was a dreadnought, which was also quite cool because that's quite rare. Carib Cullen, when he ended up being in a Leviathan dreadnought, that was really cool. It's like, I don't know. It feels like Forge World fleshed those things out a lot more and lent into those. But then I think it leans into them maybe more from a storytelling point of view, whereas current 40k is much more competitive. But they have done, I think Morvan Vale, Vastor, Abaddon, not Abaddon, Belisarius is cool. All quite like big names in the 40k universe, I would say.
What's his name? World Claimer.
Harkon World Claimer. I mean, I was going to say him because I know how much you hate him. But yeah, he came along and there was a point of time where he was like, interesting, although maybe not a great model.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I mean, the same way with the Lazarus thing. But again, Harkon is interesting in the sense that, he is, the herald for Abaddon, etc., etc. But it is that thing where it's like, I don't know. It feels, to me, I'm just completely at odds with the idea that the herald of Abaddon would be Harkon Worldclaimer. Because Harkon Worldclaimer seems it just reminds me of Starscream from Transformers.
And
in that same way, I suppose, would Megatron have Starscream as his number 2? Maybe not. He did. He did, yeah, exactly. So maybe that is just a thing that powerful people want, these kind of more... Because it's just a weird thing. It's like the fact that he's, in his stupid jump back and... I don't know.
Maybe that's
like the emissary.
I think that's like Silver Surfer vibes to Galactus. Like it's that kind of, he's flying ahead to let people know he's on his way.
Yeah, but I feel like the emissary for like Abaddon would be like
the dude with a banner or
basically.
Scroll.
I want Abaddon's emissary to be more like Arjak Rockfist than Harkon Worldclaimer.
Who's that?
Arjak is it Rockfist? He was the he's probably
another Transformer.
No, he's a Space Wolf.
Oh, okay.
You remember the Space Wolf with the Thunderhammer Storm Shield? And he used to be able to throw his Thunderhammer.
No.
He was basically this massive Terminator captain.
Okay.
And he was amazing. And again, embodied everything that you wanted from a Space Wolf captain that is like the personal bodyguard of Logan Grimnar. He was every bit. He was basically a man mountain in Terminator armor.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting as we've been thinking about it. And I think we've had, and I'll get to a point that we've had before many years ago. We've been almost struggling to pick a 40k character because there's just not many, whereas we've been struggling to pick an AOS one because there's so many options to pick from. It's like named characters in AOS in the last 10 years, hundreds. 40k, 5 on a hand. There's a real difference. But what's interesting, my point I was going to say that we've talked about before is with AOS they tend to give you one model but give you a named variant plus an unnamed war scroll, so you can take them just as generic. Not for all of them, especially the big ones, but for quite a lot of the kind of, let's say, sort of more captain levels. Like for Caldron Overlords, for example, you can normally take a named version of them and they very occasionally do that in 40k, but it feels a lot rarer to do it. It's like, I'm trying to think, there must be like a named Leagues of Votan model, I'm assuming, but it doesn't feel like there's any that I could name off the top of my hat. There's obviously no Gene Stealer Cult. It feels like there's very few new Chaos minis that aren't older existing ones. But maybe that is in part the problem is 40k have been, I don't want to say recycling, but they've been redoing older models or characters from the lore and bringing them into model form, like Angron, for example. Whereas in AOS, it's mostly starting from scratch. So they've got so much more scope to create new stuff and make sure every faction does have named characters. Like Nighthaunt does it quite well, where you get a bunch of named characters, but you get a bit like Gene Stealer Cult, you get a bunch of non-named characters. Like the Knight of Shroud, or the Knight of Shroud on Ethereal Steed is just like a generic villain level hero, but he's not named because there's meant to be loads of them. Much in the same way as, you know, your Gene Stealer Cult guys are all interesting, but they're not meant to be a specific person because that would set them on a specific world or whatever, which just doesn't really work with Gene Stealer Cult.
Yeah, I just think that's the thing, though, isn't it? Because again, you go back to the older editions and you look at, like, I don't know, you look at 5th edition Imperial Guard, and they just went, have a bunch of fun characters. Like they,
half of them didn't even have models, I don't think.
Exactly. That's when they created Sly Marbo. That's when they created Iron Hand Strachan.
Mm-hmm.
It's when they created Sergeant Harker. It's when they created Nork Dead Dog, for God's sakes. You know, it's like, I mean, and even characters you will never remember, but they were there. Like, oh God, they had a Rough Rider character that I've forgotten the name of now, but it was like they just went, oh, there's a Rough Rider character.
Well, maybe not a Rough Rider, but definitely a Talon Desert Raider model. Maybe it was a Rough Rider.
Yeah, it was. I've just found him here, Morgul Khmer.
Oh yeah, because they almost gave you one for every regiment, and then a couple of others.
Yeah, because there was also a Talan one, Captain El Rama.
Yeah, he was quite good.
Yeah, and then obviously for the Steel Legion, Commissar Yarrick. Ooh, baby. Mm-hmm. But this is my point. Like, I think it's interesting at the moment because, like, I guess because of everything that happened with them back in the day with the IP stuff, they've just become a bit kind of cautious about creating characters that they don't do miniatures for. But it is, I don't know, it's interesting. It just feels like, I don't know, it just feels like 15 years ago in 40k, they were in their stride and everything was great and they kept coming up with fun stuff all the time. And it just feels like today, I don't know, it's sort of going over old territory with the old characters over and over again. And it's just like, hey, everyone, good news. We've given you a new sculpt for Commander Farsight. And it's like, great.
Well, here's the thing. People do like them, but I think
of course, I like them.
It would be great to also get new characters as well. And, you know, I think over the next year or two, when pretty much every range has had a refresh and the sculpts are all relatively recent, it's like, where would they go from there? Are they just going to be like, cool, let's restart it all again and give us new resculpts for everything for the next 5 years? Or will they be like, well, cool, no, here's either some new factions or it's got to be new characters and units. And both of those would be great.
There we go. All right, mate. Well, look, I reckon we've done that to death. Let's move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Thank you very much, mate. Transitional noise. Wow, 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 wow.
I need to get pictures of old Jobber.
Who's old Jobber?
Courtiers. That's what we're going to talk. Oh, have you seen there's a new animation coming to Warhammer Plus as well?
Oh my god, a new animation.
The annual animation that they do. They're teasing it just in time. Oh, this is great content. They're teasing it just in time for the new subscription year.
There you go. Get in there. Have they said what the models are for the new subscription year?
No, not yet. That tends to be weird. I'm sure it's 1st of August so it's coming up close to the new subscription year. So it's going to be dropping it in the next week. So
maybe they're just hoping that
people forget about it and it'll just auto renew.
Yeah, that's what I imagine they're hoping for, right? There's some auto renewals.
I think so. Yeah. Jeez.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, we can talk about it in the outro.
Well, we're talking about it right now in the outro, mate.
No.
Are you frustrated by the fact that we've just gone into it like that?
Oh, is that how we're doing it?
Well, seemingly so, because like you said, it was too good to ignore.
Oh, okay, then yes, madness. But I think they will do that.
Yes, indeed.
But yes,
what is the Tithes then? What's that about?
So they've said it's 3 stories, so 3 separate episodes. Each one is its own standalone story about, I guess, the different tithes of the Imperium. So one's called Sacrifice, so that potentially could be like a Krieg-esque sort of one.
Guardsmen, etc.
One's called Harvest, which.
Probably black ships, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking food, but that's a bit boring. But black ships, yeah. And then the last one's bullets, which is probably, I guess, some form of manufactorum, or perhaps even necromunda, because that's what they do. That's true.
They are a hive world dedicated to making stuff, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. So, it could be that, but that's it. It says series begins with Sacrifice, which follows a pair of Space Marines on a vital mission. Space Marines are exempt from the majority of Imperial tithes, left to govern their own worlds independently, in line with the ancestral oaths of their chapter. But even the mighty Adeptus Astartes must make their own sacrifices in the name of loyalty, and to ensure the battles of their chapters. And to ensure the futures of their chapters, which makes me think it's to do with gene seed.
What, they just kill themselves off and hand over their gene seeds? I'm just confused.
This episode sees a battle-worn warrior from a previous animation making a welcome return to screen.
Oh,
okay. What Space Marines have there been? There was one to do with Space Wolves, and they were like doing the trials to go from aspirants to actual Space Marines.
Mm.
So it could be one of those guys. I mean, it sounds like maybe they've got to go and collect gene seed, maybe. Or it's, I don't know, some of it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're taking the gene seed back to Terra, which is their actual tithe.
Maybe it's a reveal that gene seeds are, made by some kind of weird birthing pod, and these 2 Space Marines are basically being pumped full of something that basically turns them into a big pile of gene seeds, and they burst out of their power armor in some kind of Cronenberg-esque mountain of genetic matter, kind of like the end of Akira, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, could be, yeah. It's sort of, they become, I don't know, like egg larvae.
Yeah, that's it.
Bursting out in a alien-esque sort of situation. I mean, that would be proper horrible.
That's basically what it turns out Space Marines actually are. So, like when they're like operating on the gene seed, it's not that they're pulling out the gene seed, it's that the entire Space Marine body is just this mass reproducing gene seed. And that when they put out all this propaganda about Space Marine anatomy, but really they're just like a big pile of eggs with a face.
That is, I feel like my dinner might be coming up the more I think about it. That's pretty gross. But yes,
it's probably the Space Marine that they used in that
the
arming one.
I mean, that isn't really a Warhammer animation, but I guess it technically is.
They classified it as
but
one.
surely he's Mr. Generic No Name.
Yeah, but they probably will have given him a whole name and backstory, etc.
So the only other ones I can think of, there was the obviously I haven't seen Prior Nexus, and I'm sure that there might be Space Marines in that one. There was the Iron Warriors one, which I don't think actually had any regular Space Marines in, because that was like the twist is you think they're going to get saved and the Iron Warriors show up and it's Chaos guys. So I'm trying to think of any Hammer and Bolter episodes that might have it, but actually no, they've said this is in the style of was that actually the Prior Nexus one? I think that was, yeah, it's in the style of Prior Nexus. So if they are being lazy, it's the same Space Marine as whatever was in that, which I think was a salamander of some sort. So maybe it's him. Just because it's like we've already got the model. He's an established character. So it's not like a character from Hammer and Bolter being ported across. Which, yeah, as I said, I don't think there was too many. Although there was the episode where Space Marines are the bad guys and they go and duff up a craft world. But it's all from the elder perspective.
So, what, the Hammer and Bolter episode?
Yeah. Where the Space Marines just massacre the elder.
It'll be the salamander, won't it?
I'd assume so. And like I said, it's the tease for the annual animations now, which is a shame because it's everyone signed up for it when it very first came out. It was very promising. They announced loads of stuff. I think they've done all of the ones that they've announced. And actually, no, the Imperial Knight one I don't think is still out yet. I mean, maybe that one has come and I've not noticed, but that was called, is it like not Broken Realm,
something.
Broken Oath, maybe? It was something like that. And it was meant to be about knights, and I don't think that one's come out yet. And that was all
Broken Lance.
Broken Lance, yeah. And that was from, not necessarily from day one, but from launch, that was one of the titles that they said, and it's like, was it 4 years later? It's still not appeared. Same with the Astartes 2.
It's here on Warhammer Plus right now.
It is. Oh, okay. Well, I think that one maybe came out this year. So that's 2 different animations they've done this year. Prior Nexus plus that.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Warhammer Plus, yet again. Fair play to Games Workshop. They are, trundling along with it, which is, more than I expected. I would have thought they would have given up on it by now.
Well, it felt like they had given up on the animations at least. But I'm surprised that they've announced a new one. But going from the first year where we saw, obviously there was loads of Hammer and Bolter episodes and there was maybe 2 or 3 other animations out there. And that didn't feel like enough based on what they initially had promised. And to go from that many things to what is effectively 1 or 2 animations a year isn't very good. You would have hoped the quality or the quantity would have gotten better and more consistent as it went on. And ultimately, they're just sort of relying on, Lore Master, battle reports and masterclass to tick it along. I don't think it's been a while since they've even announced anything in the, the archive, the vault. I haven't done it because for a while I pointed out, it was like, well, you almost don't need a White Dwarf subscription because if you wait, I think 6 to 8 months, they were doing a backlog of all the recent White Dwarfs and then that completely stopped. And it's like, oh wow, so they haven't done anything for that in a while. I mean, occasionally they did a few of the Forge World books, which was kind of cool to see. But yeah, nothing in a while it seems that they've done for that, which is it's a shame. Well,
I'm not overly shocked that they're kind of cooling down on certain things. Is Lore Master any good now? Is that all right? It used to be a bit rubbish before, I felt, but maybe they found their stride with it.
I think I saw some with the new person when he took over, I believe. But I mean, my subscription hasn't been active for a year, so who knows what it is now, what it's like. I think they had like one piece of music that they used constantly, and that got a bit grating. over time, especially if you're watching several Lore Master episodes back to back. So yeah, I mean, the format was okay, but felt like they could have done more with it.
Yeah, that was always my kind of general take on it. It all just sort of felt like someone reading a codex at you, but I haven't watched. Sorry, excuse me. I haven't watched Lore Master stuff or any Warhammer Plus stuff in forever. So yeah. Maybe I'll resubscribe, Phil.
Well, yeah. I mean, would you, or are you currently subscribed still?
I actually might be, because they auto-renewed me, didn't they?
Yeah, I think you accidentally did.
Well, I thought it cancelled it.
Yes.
It seems like they kept it going for some reason.
So you might still be on it. But I mean,
try logging in.
Who knows what the actual what they do for the new year? If they give us, I assume they're probably the next week announce miniature. The annual miniature, and that will probably keep people going, because they'll be like, logically, it is the same price as a miniature. So if you like that miniature, it sort of is value for money, especially if you use the apps. But, if you think about it, is that model is really just a bonus. It should be a cherry on the top. You should be paying for the actual service, which is originally animations and, video content and the vault and stuff like that. That's, I don't think particularly great value for money in and of itself. And likewise, they also sold us on the perks of Warhammer World, which was very pertinent to us, because we'd always go up a couple of times a year, and that dried up and sort of stopped. So yeah, diminishing returns, I think, is what you would describe it as.
Yes, no, I certainly would in that regard. Although, talking about the vault, one of those things I keep thinking I should buy, but I've just recently started a payment plan for an Abaddon of the Spoilers, so I shouldn't get too excited. But I keep feeling like I should buy like the old Warhammer Forge fantasy books. They look amazing.
Is this like the? Are you talking about the Forge World Warhammer fantasy books?
I am, yeah. The
like
Monstrous Arcanum and the other one.
Yes, I know the two. I would actually really like to buy them as well, but they are hideously expensive. And, I think people like Jordan Sorcery have only made that worse. Not to blame them personally, but YouTubers that talk about those things and either have them and do a little video on them, make then more people aware of it. So the small amount of people that were trying to get hold of a copy suddenly increases, and therefore the prices go from what was probably already over £100 to probably several £100, which is just ridiculous. I can't remember the name of the other book, but it was the one that
Tamarakan?
Yes, yeah, Tamarakan, I think it was.
Tamarakan, that sounds more like it.
Yeah, it sounds like it was at one point Rick Priestley's attempt at rebooting the Warhammer, the old world, into something else, so they didn't have to do Age of Sigmar. Which sounds really interesting, but I don't think it ended up being quite like that. But there was a lot of potential in that book, apparently, for where the future of the old world would have gone if the old world had stuck around, which was really interesting. So, yeah, I'd definitely like to get hold of those books for sure. And the old Forge World miniatures for fantasy, like the Seraphon, big giant T-Rex model. Oh, fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were some fantastic ones, to be fair. Some really amazing big monsters and things. And obviously, famously, the Chaos Dwarves, they were pretty amazing, weren't they?
Yes, yeah. But it's funny because obviously me and Big Phil, I think, are both big Chaos Dwarf fans. He actually had a couple of those minis from that range. I really like the old ones, the big cat guys, and the silly little centaurs and stuff like that. And Tauruses, I think they're really cool. But yeah, the Forge World range was pretty special as well. I would love for them to redo them or bring them back in some way, especially for the old world. That would be very tempting if they ever did Chaos Dwarves, like the old original sculpts. Oh, it'd be so good. However, what I suspect more likely will happen is we'll see some form of Chaos Dwarves in AOS, because actually in the latest White Dwarf, I mean, it's been shown elsewhere in other maps and stuff, but in the White Dwarf, there's a map of one of the realms, and on the key, it's got effectively a Hashut forge, I believe. So Hashut is the god that they all worship for the Chaos Dwarves, and obviously the forge relates to them being dwarves. So, and there have been some little nods to them in things like Warcry and Underworlds and stuff like that. So if they come to AOS, that will also be really interesting. The take, because I think they would take them in a slightly different direction from the classic fantasy range.
Yeah, it would be really cool to see Chaos Dwarves enter Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Yeah, that would be super, super cool. Reason I was saying Warhammer 40,000 was I was also going to then change the topic to the recent Warhammer 40,000 army that just got announced and showed off this week. That being the forces of the Agents of the Imperium, which is super interesting to see. It's been a long time since we've had an Agents of the Imperium book. They've all kind of resided in these weird kind of statuses throughout the various editions. Most of the time they've been relegated to sort of supplements and White Dwarf articles, isn't that right, Phil?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I think even the last White Dwarf article with the assassins in was 8th edition. I think 9th it was in one of the Warzone books, I want to say, or maybe it was just always in the indexes. But I'm sure Inquisition was in a Warzone book. Yeah, I'm not sure about the assassins.
I think the assassins for where did they put the assassins in 9th edition? That's a really good question. It's mad that game is, barely a year ago, and I've forgotten everything in terms of where the stuff came from. But yeah, it was either a Warzone book or something.
Possibly could have appeared in possibly could have been a White Dwarf, but I just sort of don't think it was. I remember 8th edition definitely had a White Dwarf. I think maybe it could have just been an index and it never got past that, potentially. Because they lost, just trying to think, I'm pretty sure they lost all their stratagems and stuff. Inquisition had some though, which is pretty good.
Yeah, they did go through a period having really interesting stratagems where it was like, spend a CP, do a thing, get free CP or whatever it was. Or they were quite interesting in the way that they functioned before. But you are right. I think towards the end of 9th edition, all of those things were kind of taken away, etc. But yeah, no, I think the last Agents of the Imperium book, and possibly the only Agents of the Imperium book before this, was in 7th edition.
I don't think they had one in 7th edition.
Hold on, Phil. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on.
Oh, Dan is going off to his shelf, his mighty tome and library of all the editions where he's going to try and prove me wrong. I thought it would be more 5th edition, Dan's favourite of all the editions. But here he is.
I raise you Imperial Agents, Phil.
Oh, look, it's a floppy book. That doesn't count. It's not even
a book, though, Phil. It's a book.
Let's see. Is that an index or was it an actual codex?
It's a book. It's a booky book.
I don't remember this one at all.
There you go. So in 7th edition, they had rules for Warriors of the Emperor, Forces of the Imperium, Cult Mechanicus, Aeronautica Imperialis, Adeptus Astartes Telepathica, Adeptus Sororitas had rules in here.
That doesn't sound like an actual... That sounds more like an index to me.
Mate, it's a book, mate, I'm telling you.
7th edition.
7th edition.
Death Watch had its own codex, surely, in 7th. I'm sure it did.
It may have done. In fact, it definitely did. I've got it over there.
Yeah, what is this? What's this weird book of yours?
But look, there it is, the Inquisition. It's in there.
Okay, yeah, because obviously there was Demon Hunters, which I'm going to guess is 5th edition. And I think...
Demon Hunters were... Demon Hunters were...
Was it 3rd
edition.
Oh, okay. It was, yeah, and then there was...
Witch Hunters, weirdly, was 4th edition, I think.
Okay, yeah, those
or
were
maybe
the two.
Demon and Witch Hunters were 4th edition.
They were very similar books, so they probably were around the same time.
And then all of Demon Hunters got basically put into Grey Knights.
Yep. And then I guess Witch Hunters was mostly sisters as well, so...
Yeah.
They ended up being there. Interesting that they did something. Didn't realise that. But obviously we didn't have anything for 8th and 9th other than those sporadic rule sets dotted around. So yeah, really exciting to have them back as a sort of force of some form. And I think how they presented how you can play them now, I think is much more interesting. So currently you've got the... it's not even the Agents of the... Is it Agents of the Imperium Rule? Is that what it's called?
Oh, because
I think they changed it.
The allies, yeah.
Yeah, so you can, depending on how many...
That's one of your ally options. So you have Agents of the Imperium, but then you also have Imperial Knights, etc. So you've got a few other options in there.
Yeah, so are they also not Agents of the Imperium? Are they not classed as that?
No.
Or the wording's changed?
Yeah, so you're thinking of 9th edition where the Agents of the Imperium rule was what made them able to ally. Now Agents of the Imperium is just one of the ally options. So for Imperium armies, it's free. It's Agents of the Imperium, Imperial Knights, and whatever they call Titanicus, Adeptus Titanicus, or whatever it is. So you can take your Revenant Titans or whatever they are. Not Revenant Titan. You can take your Warlord Titan.
Yes. Oh, it's called Assigned Agents or Agents of the Imperium for the Inquisition, where you have retinue units and characters. But now they've expanded that out for the new book, where you can take some extra units, which will basically cover the Death Watch, the Grey Knights, and Sisters of Battle. So you've got some larger forces, and then they've also said that you can take, you can just have like effectively an Inquisition only army as well, which I guess to make up the points. I don't know if you're allowed to then take more of those effectively allied units of the Sisters and Grey Knights or whatever or if that's limited, but you've just got to take more of the, the breaches and the Navy models instead. That'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I really like a lot of elements of it. I'm deeply disappointed that it doesn't look like... I don't know if I talked about this in the last episode or not, but I am deeply disappointed that it doesn't have Legions of the Damned in it, or at least it doesn't appear to.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got shifted to Legends, so they don't have models for, so they won't exist unless, models come back, which is a shame. And, I think the things that are missing from this book, because obviously I think basically it's just for Cotier's model as the new model that you're getting. And we can talk about that in a minute. But that's the only new model for this faction. But I think we talked about it in the Sisters episode, like as the Crusaders were historically Inquisition models as well, as were the Death Cult Assassins, and the Archoflagellants to an extent were as well. And none of those obviously exist in this book either, which is a shame. Obviously, the Archoflagellants do have models. Interestingly, things like the priests and navigators and stuff are also in this. So a lot of those Blackstone Fortress minis, which is quite cool. But yeah, I would definitely like to see more building options, a bit of a pick and mix style for building your sort of retinue for your Inquisition, some form of like stormtroopers or Kazakin being used for your inquisitorial stormtroopers, I think would be cool. But I'm assuming that's not going to be in there. But, you never know. They might sort of surprise us. but they haven't said anything about it so far, if that is the case. But something like that would give you a lot more scope. I feel like it's the one army that deserves to just have kind of crazy rules where you can build whatever you want and not be restricted by the box sets that you can purchase. And unfortunately, that's the real struggle. I think that, Inquisition players normally have a lot of creativity about them and are quite happy to kit bash and build stuff. Whereas I think if you're just buying, admittedly, the new Inquisition retinue is a really nice box, but if that's all your options are, that's a bit limiting, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, I suppose? But I think as well, the Inquisition kind of makes sense as the agents of the Imperium, but specifically the Inquisition makes sense as a bolt-on to other Imperial armies where, it's, a kind of supplementary force. I think, it's very rare that people have taken full-blown Inquisition armies into full 2,000-point games of Warhammer 40,000, and I feel like with the points that it costs currently to take some of these units in Warhammer 40,000, assuming those points remain broadly the same, I think you're going to require an awful lot of inquisitorial henchmen and/or general Inquisition minis to make up that 2,000-point army.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that Death Watch is in there. It's weird. And this is just speculative at this point. I don't know for sure. But it's interesting that the only stuff that we're seeing of Death Watch, though, are basically the Death Watch kits, which admittedly kind of creates an interesting quandary because obviously Death Watch have never yet had a Primaris upgrade. We know that Grey Knights have had one character upgraded, but they haven't become Primaris for all intents and purposes. They are a upscale of a firstborn Marine, which is super interesting. But again, it looks only like they are talking about Terminator squads for Grey Knights, and it looks like they're only talking about the firstborn veteran and Corvus Black Star flyer transport for the Death Watch. Again, doesn't even look like the
Watch
Watchmaster.
Captain. Yeah, the Watchmaster and Artemis are in there as well.
Was Artemis back, is he?
Yeah, they said they're going to bring him back because he's currently off sale, which is quite cool. Yeah, so it seems like they haven't, because they basically do say, don't worry, Grey Knights will appear later in their own codex. They haven't said that about Death Watch, and it sounds like the way you do it now is you'll get the rules for those individual Death Watch units in this book, but if you want a Death Watch army, you basically need this book plus a regular Space Marine book, and you just paint all your other guys black. And basically all the other kill teams are going. Weirdly, the very old... it's not that old in comparison to all the other Death Watch minis because they came out at the same time. But it was from that Death Watch game where you have the Kill Team Cassius, where you get like a jump pack guy, firstborn, and a guy on a bike, and a Terminator. You get that classic pick and mix unit isn't a thing anymore. But also it means literally every single Death Watch person that has a whole army, most of their army is going to be invalid because most of those units would have been built using those different kill team rules where you do have, a few units of Primaris and, mixed together. So it's, an aggressor, another Gravis model, or an eliminator, for example, things like that, all going to be next to each other. And then it's, they're not going to be a thing anymore. So now if you built one or two of each one, you now need to combine them all and build the rest of your squads to make it valid, which is going to be a real kick in the teeth to Death Watch players if they haven't built full squads and then separated them out and they only built the required models, which is a real shame. I mean, personally, I don't mind it. Cause I like the sort of the veteran squad because they're just guys, but with different weapons. The mix and match of like the armor types I always thought was a bit odd. Having like a Terminator guy and a guy on a bike in a team just seemed a bit silly. So doing away with that to an extent sort of makes sense, and just having them a bit more standardized as regular Marines. But, maybe they get some love down the line.
Yeah, to me, it always felt like it was a decision birthed of the Kill Team box set and the decision to essentially combine all the contents of that box set into one squad, which didn't really work in 7th edition 40k when they first introduced the concept, right? Like, even back then, it was like, this feels like a very odd decision. And in fact, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I actually think in 7th edition 40k, there were different adaptations of the Kill Team that you could build. So you could kind of build the full thing as Kill Team Cassius, but you could just take like 5 of them on foot and then maybe like one with the jump pack. In fact, that's true. If they basically were one complete formation where they deployed as a squad, but they were actually broken down into more sensible squad variants with independent characters. So when they first came into existence, they all kind of made a lot more sense and they were individual, but you could put them together as one of the formations. But then as time went on, they just sort of went, it's a kill team. It just deploys as a kill team. But then based off of that, all other kill teams in 8th edition followed the same
format.
Yeah, and then we ended up with these weird things.
Yeah, I sort of feel like that was maybe a mistake, and they would have been like, well, this is a unique kill team where that you mix and match different types of units all in one, and then actually other kill teams are much more generic. Because in my mind, the original point of the kill teams, much like the veterans, is it isn't about different necessarily like armor marks and weapons. It's more you come from different chapters. That is the mix element. You don't then need to be like, oh well, we've got to have a guy with a jump pack and we've got to have a guy in Terminator armor and we've got to have a guy on a bike. It's like, well, that's silly in my mind. And it's like, I don't mind it as a one-off, like Kill Team Cassius as like a rare and unique thing that they did there, but to say the entire army gets built that way is a bit odd. I mean, it's definitely presented a lot of interesting gameplay design challenges for the studio since its conception, and I think continuing down that line was essentially, counterproductive. I think moving back to a system where the Death Watch are essentially an ally is probably better for the state of the game overall. I think having units that essentially are able to exploit and do all this different stuff the way that they did just was, it was just a very, it was good at the time, and it had its time and its place. And I do really feel like, it's a shame for all those people who have invested in building up those kill teams and having that unique flavor. But theoretically, you could take the elements of your kill teams and, build them into the appropriate units without having to, particularly suffer too many, losses in miniatures. Maybe theoretically you can have to buy. Well, it's like, I've got 3 Terminators that are used in, various kill teams. Well, it's like, acquire 2 more and you've got a legal squad of them. Yeah, but it's like, I've got to do 2 more Terminators, 2 more Inceptors, 2 more like Primaris, another 4 like Hell Blasters or something. Like, then it's like a lot of models. Potentially you might be okay, and maybe, because in theory you would have bought all of the boxes. So you've got all the models, and maybe you would have gone, cool, I'm building them all and then I'm splitting them off. That would have been the, the efficient way of doing it in the long run. But it might be you just built what you needed at the time, because that was technically more efficient in the short term. So you might have a bunch of models that you now need to suddenly build and paint. Luckily they're all black, but there are some people, they're like the guys that got featured in White Dwarf, really stunning armies that are painted to a super high level, and every model's been converted. It's like, that'll be a kicker for them.
It really will be. And I mean, and again, obviously for all those people, I do obviously sympathize. I had Death Watch collections during 8th and 9th edition, still have them now. So I have a great many, Outrider bikes and other things that, have been made with the Deathwatch shoulder pads, etc. And the intent was that they would be a Deathwatch army. But I don't really, me personally, admittedly, obviously, I never got around to painting them. They're all just undercoated. But the collection that I have of those miniatures would not be dramatically difficult to turn into a legal Space Marine army,
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, because I got the Deathwatch board game with Kill Team Cassius, and then I got was it Death Mask, I want to say, which was Artemis and the Deathwatch veteran squad. So I've got those. Never really built them all. I built one infantry model as a test piece that I never got further, because I then went, I know I'm doing Minotaurs now as my Space Marine army. So I've still got them. So actually this is like the new format where you can basically add in one unit is sort of perfect for me, because I have that one unit. I don't quite know how characters join it, because obviously you get a 2,000 point game. You get 2 retinue units. Oh, 2 character units. So I guess that could be either Inquisition or your Deathwatch characters. And then you get 1 requisitioned unit, which is your Deathwatch unit. But then transports are free. So if you want the fly or a rhino or something, you could do that. Although I suspect your only option is the flyer for Deathwatch. So for me, this would be perfect to be like, cool, I've got those models. I've always wanted Deathwatch. I can finally have an excuse to build just those and add them into, my Krieg or my Minotaurs without then having to worry about building 2,000 points of Deathwatch or Grey Knights, for example, because I've literally got the old 5-man metal Terminators from back in the day. So I could just go, cool, those are going to be my Grey Knights, really old retro models, and they're going to come down and join my Krieg models because they fit in quite well there. I think these things are great for people like me that are into that kind of Inquisition or, Grey Knight Deathwatch love that don't necessarily want a full army. So I think in a way that's good, but yeah, it's probably going to hurt quite a bit for existing Deathwatch players.
Yeah, totally. I think, it is always a shame when any army, any collection, anything that people have been investing time and energy in is essentially discontinued by GW. Obviously, we don't know the full extent of it yet, but it seems that that's the direction they're going in. And fair enough. If that's what they've chose to do, that's what they chose to do. But it obviously sucks for people that have invested a lot of time into the idea of having a Deathwatch army as that concept was presented in the, confines of 8th edition and subsequently 9th edition and even early 10th edition with the indexes. So, if they are moving away from that concept and changing the way that Deathwatch work, yes, obviously it's not ridiculously difficult for you to continue collecting, playing, using your Space Marines, given the way that, they've changed the rules. I mean, ultimately you can have Commander Dante painted black as if he's a member of the Deathwatch and play him alongside some Deathwatch allies and, have it in a regular Space Marine army, which I guess would be a Blood Angels army in this instance. But whatever the case, the point is that, it's just a bit annoying that consistently 10th edition seems really marred by consistent losses. It's like everything seems to be going away. It's like Games Workshop finally needing to pay for the consequences of the poor management of its stock system.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think that is years of creativity being somewhat undone for whatever reasons, which is a shame, I think. But it sort of is what it is. Isn't
that the truth?
Yeah. Is it time on that sort of slightly sour note to talk about Inquisitor Kotias?
And we can talk about him. That model is terrible. I'm struggling to find too many redeeming features in them. I think it's just, it's a real shame that it's a real shame when a character that isn't necessarily iconic in and of himself. I mean, Kotias is a character that, for a certain vintage of Warhammer player, is a very well-renowned and known character because in older editions, specifically 7th edition. Essentially, almost every 7th edition army in a competitive space, certainly competitive Imperial Guard armies in 7th editions, most of them didn't leave home without Inquisitor Courtiers. He was very good as an ally in older editions. Isn't that right, Phil?
Yes, although I've never had him. So as a guard player in 7th edition, I was not a competitive person that had him. But I would say, other than Eisenhorn, who for a long time didn't even have a model or rules, he was probably the most well-known one, I would say. And obviously you've got, is it Krasmarkov, the guy in the big chair? Like, he was quite well known. And obviously you've got your more modern ones like Greyfax and stuff. But prior to them, this was your guy, I would say. And obviously there was like the odd Forge Rod one as well that were pretty good. But yeah, classic GW models. He was your one. He's got, great piece of artwork, which ironically is featured on the cover of this new codex. And yeah, this model does not live up to that, unfortunately. And, whenever we criticize models, obviously we don't want to, if for some reason the sculptor or sculptors is listening to this, we don't want to be mean to you, but, there will be a lot of criticism thrown your way, especially in this case. So I think the problems that I have with it is lots of people have been going on about the scale of it and like the leg armor being too big. And, that in a way is something that doesn't really concern me as much. In a way, it's like the scale of all the items that he's got is much bigger than they would be, like his, his hourglass and I would say his book, but his his belt buckle across his chest. They're all very big, and the belt sort of buckle he's actually got with the eye symbol on. They're all very big. I think it's mostly like his armor lacks detail. And it's like, it lacks less detail than the original sculpt. And it's like, okay, fine. I get that they want to move away because he's got some odd bits of detailing on him. Like he had a book, so he got rid of that. He had some weird, like purity wrappings around his leg. And it's like, that's gone. But there used to be like other eye symbols on the armor. And it's like, there was even more rivets in it. And it's just like, it's just too smooth and plain. It needs some of that like almost embossed wording detail that the Grey Knights or the Death Watch have on it to make it look more ornate, which is appropriate for an Inquisitor. He's also got some odd bits, so he's it looks like he's lost this sculpted torso that he used to have, but you can't really tell because there's a big belt buckle, like as a bandolier covering it, which I guess that's holding his cape up. And what's weird is you've got like purity seals stuck to fur, which seems almost impossible, but okay, that's on the model. Bit odd. He's also staring in a manner that, at least from the angles of the photo, makes him look like he's staring into the fur and that he can't actually see beyond it because the fur would be in the way. And then obviously the pose is sort of okay, but the older pose with the eagle on his arm was so much cooler. But then they can't do that because the last Inquisitor Draxus, I think it's Draxus,
Draxus, yeah,
has got the bird on her arm, so they can't do another bird on an arm Inquisitor. So that's sort of, so now the bird is separate and it's flying, but it's on its own base. And I know a few people have complained that looks like he's being impaled by the ruin that's coming out of the ground. I think if the bird was positioned so it looked like it was taking off or landing, so it was a bit more perched and joined at the feet rather than mid-wing, I think that would look better. And I think ideally having the bird part of his model and not as a separate playing piece would have been better. Or if you are going to have it as a separate playing piece, have it on a smaller base, because it's on a base that's the same size as him, so it just seems a bit odd.
Is that base not bigger? I thought it was bigger.
Here's the thing, it looks bigger, and I don't know if it actually is. I meant to put it into Photoshop to check, because I assume what they've done is it's the same size, and they've taken the photo. They've taken each one separately Then they've moved the eagle behind his, and it's the same size. So that's what, as an illusion, makes it look bigger, because they haven't reduced the base size down to match the perspective of where it sits. That's my speculation, but it does look like it's bigger. And I don't know if it actually is or not. But that's just silly. It just seems odd. And I guess it's maybe for stability reasons if that's the case. But I'd rather they make it work on a smaller, like, 28mm or 23 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like of the two, the bird is worse than the Inquisitor. Cotiaz is bad, but the bird is worse in the way that it's posed and the way that it's been presented. I mean, a lot of this could just be the paint job, the photography. There's always variables. And as Phil says, I'm not looking to be mean to the person who created it, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of this particular sculpt. I think it's just bad. And I think the problem is I think this codex that they're releasing, Agents of the Imperium, seems very lackluster. And it feels like something of a phoned-in effort to sell boxes of stuff ahead of more discontinuing of stuff. I just don't really feel like I'm in a position to give GW the benefit of the doubt or trust them at this moment in time when it comes to these things. So this particular release just sort of reeks of desperation and also of a very blatant attempt to flog things before they more than likely cease to exist.
Well, I mean, I don't think any of this is necessarily going to cease to exist, but because even we talked about it ages ago when we were talking about the Inquisition, and I think I was like, why don't you just combine them all? Like, give you Grey Knights and Sisters and Death Watch all in one. And I think you were like, but that's madness. Because I think I was talking about all of the codexes. So they've done a smart move of giving you access to a few of those units for each one and including them in this one. Cynically, as you say, that is a clever way to sell 2 or 3 boxes of miniatures of these other factions that people wouldn't otherwise normally buy, and be like, cool, add this to your army. Much like how I'm sure the rules of you being able to just add in a knight to every single army of the Imperium sells knights like hotcakes, because every person, whether you're an AdMech player or Space Marine player, will be like, why wouldn't I want a knight? So I can see, especially guard players, or maybe Mechanicum players, Mechanicus, shall I say, be like, cool, why wouldn't I want these guys? Why wouldn't I want some Space Marines in my army or Grey Knights? Because they're tough and durable and I can't get something that resilient in my army normally. It seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I am there for it. I think that's the thing. Adding in those options and doing it that way to let people add those elements into their army, I'm dead in favour of it. And I think if it's indicative, representative of a long-term strategy and something that they're going to do consistently for the foreseeable future, or even further into the future, fair enough. I just worry that, this is just, a kind of snap decision. It just feels like a weird cycle where, Harlequins, Grey Knights, Death Watch, Inquisition, other kind of ally forces. There's been this concerted effort to make them their own armies over the last 10 years.
And then that's
now it just
gone
feels
backwards.
like on a whim. Yeah, they're just like, we're getting rid of that now.
Yeah, I do get it. I mean, I guess they've gone, well, we want Inquisition and Imperial agents, like with the Assassins, to have their own codex, but them on their own's not enough. Even with like the RBTs and the Navy breaches, you're looking at, I don't know, less than 10 data sheets. So maybe they've gone, what else can we juzz this codex up? And I think thematically it's fantastic. So I don't begrudge them throwing in the Death Watch and Grey Knights and Sisters in there. But you're right. It's something I want them to support and for it to grow. Like I said, I'd love it if they added in other units in there, to add in, like, as in inquisitorial, like henchmen or agents. That would be something quite cool. Just going back to the Cotiers model, I think there's a few other things that really annoy me. Like, it just doesn't look like him. Like,
Yeah.
Cotiers is bald, and in this, he's got hair. And I'm like, why? And like, facially, I don't think it necessarily looks that much like him. And quite often, like on things like capes, they like emboss the trim onto the detail, and it's like, it's just been free-handed onto the model, and it's just like, if you took all of that painting away, I think it'd just be a very bland model. And I think that they would have been much better off not giving us a named character and done like a multi-part kit Inquisitor, so you can build it however you want. So multiple, either generic armor or power armor, I don't mind, but like multiple heads, multiple weapon options. You could make it male or female depending on which head you put on it, because potentially it won't really matter under armor, right? It's like that would have been more important and impactful to people wanting to do their own Inquisitors than a named character that, as you say, feels very lackluster in terms of what it was. If this was, I think loads of people have said it, if that was like a generic no-named power armor Inquisitor, I don't think people would mind. But I think that the kicker is, it's like they've used him on the artwork and he looks nothing like the artwork. And Games Workshop have done such a good job this year pumping out characters based on artwork and being quite faithful and very well done. So it's odd that this is just a bit of a miss. And I think this is up there with like the ATV. I think this has been renownedly, wildly criticized online. Like I've seen maybe one or two people say, yes, it's okay, or it's good. But literally all the comments on every post that's been made on Instagram and Facebook have mostly been really negative. And it's like, I think it's because with such an iconic character, people just wanted a bit more. And it's like the whole point of the Inquisition, for a lot of them at least, like the models, are like, they are over the top. They're really lavish. They're showing off almost like the wealth and power that they have. They are not below anyone other than the Emperor himself. So they should be like the finest of the fine. And the model just has really plain armor.
Yeah, it's definitely a miss. Is probably the fairest thing we can say about it.
That's true. It gives me the desire to kit bash my own and see if I can do a better job.
Well, I've still got the original in metal, mate. If you want to make me an offer,
maybe. It's
to you can have him.
Oh, isn't that kind?
Yeah.
I think
anyone else out there, £200.
Fair. I think lastly, just going on to the auto box sets that they've produced, I think they're actually pretty good. I'd be quite tempted by some of them if I didn't have enough on my plate. But I definitely like the idea of now adding in some, Death Watch into my forces.
No, I think you should do it, mate. I think actually, why not embrace it? It seems like a good thing. Although I will say, Phil, just flicking through Imperial Agents of Warhammer 40,000 7th edition, guess what's in there?
I don't know.
Legion of the Damned.
No,
come on.
No,
they did it once.
I know. Well, they had it in the 8th edition indexes, so it was there then. I mean, it would be great.
They were there in 8th edition index. Yeah, that was the last of them.
I guess not technically. I think they're in Legends as well at the moment. So
no, they're not in Legends, are they?
I think they might be. I have a sneaky suspicion they were. I think they were in
Games Workshop. Basically, the removal of Legion of the Damned is an indication to all that GW just don't want you to have fun anymore.
I know. They were literally my first ever Space Marine army. It was Legion of Damned. Absolutely loved them.
Doesn't surprise me at all. They're beautiful. Great army.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I think this is a good codex. However, it's not perfect. It's not a great codex. If they had given us some,
we assume we've not actually seen
no,
it.
but I mean, from the concept of it, I think is really good. I would have loved to see some extra units added in, as you say, Legion of Damned. If they brought that back, oh my gosh, that would sell so well. And as I say, a couple more henchmen that you could add in. That'd be really cool. And they won't do it, but even if they just gave us the rules and not the models, and it's like, cool, yeah, you can, add in some stormtroopers. You can add in a single custodian guard model as a retinue member to your warband. That would be very cool. Or a single space marine, something like that. I think would be very cool. But I think rules wise would obviously get a bit crazy. For those things,
yeah.
But that's what the crazy rules is what 40k should all be about. Embrace it,
agree, mate. Embrace it. Right, cool. Well, look, I feel like that'll do. Thank you very much, Phil. Hope you enjoy your weekend at Warhammer World, and
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone for listening. That's been episode 185. Thanks very much, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey, you guys, wait.